Catherine. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dave Reist. Before I turn the program over to Mike Swetnam, just a couple of admin remarks. First of all, welcome. Happy holidays. Administration. I think some of you already noticed the bathrooms are out right behind the screen in the back there. Men's on the right, women's on the left. We will have water, cookies, and fruit bars at the 2 breaks that are scheduled. The way we're going to run questions today, there's going to be a panel at the end of the session that's going to run from approximately 4:30 to 5:45. That'll be the time frame that we have a Q&A. What you should have been handed is some 3x5 cards. What we'd like you to do is, as the program is unfolding today, write down your questions on those 3x5 cards, and we will collect them. You can give them to me at the break or through the panel discussion that we set up later on, to John Vogel, who is standing over here on that side, or to Lori Kenny, that's over there on that side. The General Gray will serve as the moderator, and we will feed all those questions through to you. With that, Mike, the floor is yours, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all for coming. I'm Mike Swetnam. I'm the CEO of the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies, and it's really my privilege to be a co-host of this seminar along with the Battelle Corporation, and a very warm thank you to the Smithsonian Institution for letting us use this facility and supporting our efforts. Thank you all for coming, and thank you all for being interested in this topic. The Potomac Institute is a science and technology policy organization here in the Washington area, but since our beginning in 1995, we've been concerned with the issues of national security, and we've had something running in the background for our senior fellows and for our members of our Board of Regents, many of whom are here today, that we called the Bold Ideas. And it was an effort to get together from time to time to talk about big, innovative concepts that might help empower this nation and our society. And in the last couple of years, we've been having Bold Idea sessions where we struggle with the concepts or the ideas around what is it that makes America or has made America what it is today. As you know, for many years now, we've been privileged to be a leader in the world in science, technology, culture, and in some cases politics, although if you look at the politics going around in Washington, D.C., you don't want to be accused of being a leader in that regard at all. But the concept, the issues and bold ideas of the Potomac Institute over the last year, we struggled with what is some of the key attributes, core capabilities, if you will, that make America what it is today. And more we settled on a term. It's our innovative spirit. It's our ability to be innovative and creative. And more, we struggle with the definition of what does it mean to be innovative and creative. And so we decided that probably one of the best ways to explore that space of what you call innovation is to bring together some of the most innovative people we could think of. And in and around Washington, D.C., and in fact, in the United States, I think we have them here today. They range from a former director of Central Intelligence, lead guitar player for the Doobie Brothers, one of the most innovative guys in the world, a couple of the most distinguished, accomplished scientists and leaders in the scientific community, both from DOD and former director of NSF, Rita Caldwell, all the way through to the most creative person in the world is the person who put together, led, and made Walt Disney Imagineering what it is today, Bran Farron. We've mixed in with that a Navy admiral who is from the world of theology and will relate that to innovation, along with some of our military leaders who have experienced and led innovation throughout the military and our national security. I hope you'll agree that whether we are accomplish or even get near our goal of understanding what innovation is, that at least we've assembled the nation's experts on it, and it'll be a lot of fun exploring the space. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the program over to General Al Gray, Chairman of the Potomac Institute Board of Regents, and for those of you who haven't experienced him before, although most of you have, he's the definition of innovation, at least at the Potomac Institute. General Gray?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Thank you. Let me On behalf of our Board of Regents and all of Potomac Institute, add my welcome to everybody for being here, and thank you so much. It's you really that can make this meeting a success, because it'll be your thoughts, your ideas, your questions, and not just today, but later on in any dialogue that we may have with you that will help us frame this idea of innovation and really do something with it. It's my privilege this afternoon to introduce an old friend of mine, the Honorable James Woolsey. And he really needs no introduction to this group, and there's a short resume of about 10% of what he's done for the country and around the world in the program. He's currently, of course, the chairman of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, and he's chairman of a venture partner, Lux Capital Management. He's a former, as Mike said, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency. He served both Republican and Democratic administrations. My knowledge of him, though, goes back 34 years when he was the Undersecretary of the Navy, working for a great Secretary of the Navy, Graham Claytor, who, amongst other things, was the founder and everything of the Norfolk Railways and the like. And I was a brigadier general, too junior really to make policy and too senior to make coffee. And I was just back from NATO maneuvers on the northern flank of NATO. And I was summoned by the then Commandant, our great Commandant General Lew Wilson, who was a Medal of Honor winner from Guam and the like. And he was from Mississippi. And the Assistant Commandant was from Louisiana, General Barrow. Both great distinguished Marines. And they called me up and said, we want you to come to Washington, and we want you to brief the Undersecretary of the Navy, Mr. Woolsey. And Mr. Woolsey doesn't think we're very smart. He says we're not very smart and we're not very innovative. And so we want you to come up and talk to Mr. Woolsey and tell him just how innovative we are. So I, did what I was told, and I went up to see Mr. Woolsey, and I briefed Mr. Woolsey on our NATO maneuvers and the exercise and some of the innovative things that we'd done with the Germans and the Norwegians and the British and all that kind of thing. And then I swung into a little bit about combat research, development, and so on, told him about some of the projects we were working on and all that kind of thing. And I thought it went pretty well. But I found out later that he called General Wilson after and said, thanks for the briefing, but I still don't think you're very smart. And so that's how Mr. Woolsey and I first started off together, and we've been really good friends ever since. So with that, Jim, take over.
Well, I was so partial to the Marines during the 3 years I was Undersecretary of the Navy. The Navy called me the Undersecretary of the Marine Corps. So I thank you, Al, for the introduction. I do not claim to be an expert on innovation or really particularly an innovator. But I've been on 15 corporate boards, and I had, in the 22 years I was a litigator, I had a number of clients in high technology businesses. And I've seen, and I think I can appreciate, some remarkable examples of innovation. And so what I'd like to do is talk to you for a few minutes about them. And I have come up with, for purposes of this speech, 6 rules of innovation. One is make it easy to fail and then try again. 2 is make it easy for creative people not to have to manage others. 3, run a Gemeinschaft, not a Gesellschaft, and we'll get to that in a minute. 4, remember that exponential change is sometimes possible. Not everything is linear. 5, make it easy to challenge conventional wisdom. And 6, stop kicking future innovators out of the United States. Let's take these one at a time. I was reading, I think this was The Economist 15 years ago or so, and saw a letter to the editor that really struck my attention on the subject of innovation. The Germans, to their credit, were worried that they were not getting enough Nobel Prizes in science and enough patents as they had in years before, and so they did a very explicit national study on how to create innovation in Germany. The Economist read a short article about it, and then a gentleman wrote in who said something along the following lines. He said, I was born in Germany. When I was 30, came to the United States. I've been in Silicon Valley for 20 years. He said, this is not hard, and it's not complicated. He said words to the effect that in Germany, if you fail at anything, and especially if you should go bankrupt, you will not only not get a meeting with anybody with money to invest, like an investment banker, you will not even get a phone call returned. He said, on the other hand, here in Silicon Valley, we wear our bankruptcies the way Prussian officers used to wear their dueling scars. And I've never heard a better summary of different cultures with respect to innovation than that. I had, when I was for 3 years a partner in a venture capital fund in California, I had several occasions in which people trying to raise money for a startup would send me their resume, and their bankruptcies would be on the resume. I had one very sharp gentleman come in to see me, typical Silicon Valley uniform, blue jeans, open neck shirt, blazer, came in, few sheets of paper, sat down and said, let me just tell you about myself. He said, I was born in Israel. I came over here after college and military service, got my doctorate in EE at Stanford. I hit it lucky with the first company I started, did quite well. I wouldn't say phenomenally well, but quite well. And he said, the last 2 companies I've started have gone bankrupt, and here's why. And here's what I've learned from that. And this is my 4th one, and I think it's going to succeed, and here's why. I've never had a better briefing. I tried to get him funded. I was not successful, but it wasn't because his company didn't look promising. The Wright brothers, as Newt Gingrich loves to point out, used to always take spare wood with them on any of their trips in their early aircraft. Why? Because they knew they were going to wreck something, and they needed to be able to rebuild it on site. It is absolutely vital to have the flexibility not only to try again after failing, but to do so vigorously, with commitment, and to have the culture and the people you're working with understand that and not count you out because you failed at something. It's interesting that the provision for bankruptcy laws is in our Constitution. And Madison and his colleagues on that hot summer 2¼ centuries ago in Philadelphia knew something that we sometimes forget here, which is that a large number of the early settlers of the United States had come from debtors' prisons. They were extraordinarily able people, as they proved in building a new country, but where they came from, failure not only meant disgrace, it meant often debtor's prison. Our bankruptcy laws have been somewhat restricted in their application by recent legislation. I think that's a shame. I think it's absolutely essential for innovators to know that they can try and fail and try again and try again and try again, and that the culture support that. Second, make it easy for creative people not to have to manage. Not everybody is good at everything. Take James Madison, the father of the Constitution. I think you can make a reasonable case that Madison is the greatest lawgiver in human history. The American Republic, now having lasted 2¼ centuries, has a pretty durable form of government. The Roman Republic lasted nearly almost exactly twice that long, but had some serious flaws, particularly with respect to how to manage the military, which was its undoing. Madison, however, was also, I think, demonstrably the worst commander-in-chief the United States has ever had. He's the only one, as far as I know, to take the field in battle after he became president, the Battle of Bladensburg, in which the British not only trounced him totally, but burned Washington. And he and Dolly had to flee across Chain Bridge with the Gilbert Stuart portrait of Washington in their wagon. You cannot be a better lawgiver than James Madison, and you cannot be a worse commander-in-chief. Not everybody is good at everything. Sometimes it works. I knew both Dave Packard and Bill Hewlett. Hewlett and I were on a board together. Packard and I did some work together on defense matters. And I was fortunate enough to be able to visit them in their original headquarters before everything got moved around, the headquarters near Stanford that really basically began Silicon Valley. Hewlett and Packard were both excellent innovators and excellent managers. One of the ways they did so was a sense of camaraderie among the engineers. Their offices were on either side of the coffee machine on the main floor of Hewlett-Packard. Their offices were slightly larger than the other engineers, and I think they probably had a slightly better grade of carpet. That was it. We were all engineers every morning, standing around the coffee machine, talking about what we were working on, soliciting ideas from others. In those early days, at least, most things that came out of Hewlett-Packard came out of collective, creative, freely exchanged, freely argued actions. Personnel systems frequently, however, in consulting groups such as I've been in corporations, in government, and lots of places, assume that everybody has to be a Hewlett-Packard. That is often not the case. As I said, Madison was a great lawgiver and not a great commander-in-chief. You could probably say that Vincent van Gogh was the greatest painter of the 19th century, but he also chopped off his own ear. Not everyone is good at everything, and it is very frustrating to sit on promotion boards for an organization and continually have people say, well, we can leave this guy as a very senior associate, but we shouldn't promote him to partner because, look, there are 7 things he's supposed to be good in, and he's really good at 6 of them, but one he kind of falls down. Maybe he's a Madison. Don't worry if someone can't do absolutely everything, especially if he is an innovator. Run a Gemeinschaft, not a Gesellschaft. Those 2 German words are used a lot in sociology and political science. A Gemeinschaft is essentially a village, the village common, the spirit of a village, and even to some extent of a family, all for one, one for all, helping one another cooperatively, trying to do lots of things, including innovate. The Gesellschaft is the word for corporation, and it means an organization constructed for limited purposes with limited duties and limited abilities. By connotation, one which is somewhat soulless and somewhat mechanistic. And it is very important, I think, to promote innovation that people not be given incentives to be set off against one another. In Gesellschafts, that is often the case. If I get a slightly bigger sales record for the year, I will get a bigger bonus than my neighbor at the neighboring desk who scored a few dollars below me. That is the antithesis of the way Graham Claytor, whom Al mentioned, managed Southern Railway, and the way he became businessman of the year, the way he was a marvelous Secretary of the Navy and Deputy Secretary of Defense. Claytor, lawyer, took over the management of Southern Railway back in the 60s, and within about 3 years, he was on the cover of Business Week as the Businessman of the Year. What did he do? He said, I really only did one thing. He said, I came in and I looked at Southern Railway, and each of its divisions was competing with the other division. Nobody was helping one another, and it was all kind of covert warfare between the freight forwarders and the these and the those. Everybody cared only about their bonus and about their measurement that had been given to them for their particular function. He said, I took one look at this and said, look, this is ridiculous. So I called a meeting, leadership of the company, and I just said something like the following. I said, I think this bonus system and incentive system is completely dysfunctional. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to set a target for Southern Railway as a whole of a 15% improvement for next year. We'll, within days, list the bonuses for all of the managers, including me. If we make our 15%, we'll all get bonuses. If we don't, none of us will, including me. Is that clear? Southern Railway turned around so fast that Claytor became essentially the heart of the railroad industry, the national leader of it, and deservedly so. He was a man that saw very straightforwardly how to get people to cooperate and work together. Avoiding this fratricide inside a corporation is a lot easier with small private companies, particularly ones that have some very innovative people in them, because the tyranny of the quarterly report in public companies makes it very hard, not impossible if you have a Hewlett and a Packard, but very hard to move forward and invest the funds that you need internally in order to create innovative changes over time. There are solutions. You can have a Gemeinschaft inside a Gesellschaft. For example, the Skunk Works at Lockheed. I started working with the Skunk Works long ago, enough long ago that I knew both Kelly Johnson and Ben Rich. And the Skunk Works was, at least in its time, an absolutely remarkable institution. Like Hewlett and Packard and their headquarters, Kelly, Ben, and the others ran the Skunk Works in an extremely collaborative way, everybody free to criticize everybody else's work, not focused on individual achievement versus one another, but on what the institution could produce. The way stealth came about is that one of Kelly's engineers just happened to read Russian. And Kelly encouraged him to follow basic Russian research in publicly available Russian journals. He did. And he came across a remarkable article, he thought, about mathematics, but he was enough of a mathematician to see the implications. And it had to do with how different surfaces could be angled and reflect radar signals in such a way that they did not return to their source. Kelly saw the implications of this, as did his Russian-speaking engineer, and several of them constructed a small first stealth aircraft. Worked superbly in their small wind tunnel. So Kelly got on the plane and flew back to see the Secretary of Defense. The rest is history. That approach, in a sense, DARPA is a Gemeinschaft inside a Gesellschaft. It has a different culture than much of the rest of the Department of Defense. Why does it have a different culture? In part, most heads of DARPA over the years would tell you it's because of the policy of only bringing people on board early in their career for a period of a very few years, usually something like 3 or so. So nobody gets into the mood of thinking, I've got life tenure here. If I'm just cautious and don't get in any trouble, I'll be able to have a 20 or 30-year career as a civil servant in this interesting place. No, you can't. You're there for 3 or 4 years. It is extremely prestigious to be appointed program manager at DARPA, and you are expected to do your damnedest to innovate within that period of time, then go do something else interesting and useful. And the internet, a lot of other things, of course, have stemmed from DARPA's corporate culture. The fourth, remember that exponential change is sometimes, indeed, probably a lot more than we think, possible. Not everything is linear. Under Moore's law, over the course of the last few decades, we have increased either the number of transistors on a chip or reduced the cost or some combination of those by a factor of about 100 million. There are slower improvements. Photovoltaics, over that same period of 4 decades or so, have improved by about a factor of 10,000. But whether you're improving by a factor of 100 million or 10,000, you are not going at this in a linear way. Ray Kurzweil wrote a fascinating book a few years ago called The Singularity is Near. And he has a great example in it. He says, let's suppose you own a farm, small farm, and you have a pond on it that has some fish in it. And you like having the fish in the pond. Every once in a while you see the lily pads start to grow, so you pull them out so they won't cover the pond and kill the fish. But let's say one day you go away on a vacation that lasts longer than expected. You're away for a few weeks. You come back, find that the lily pads have covered the pond and the fish are all dead. And you ask yourself, why did the lily pads, what caused the lily pads to speed up? The answer is the lily pads didn't speed up. The lily pads didn't care if you were looking. The lily pads always were growing at an exponential rate. But if you dealt with them early in the process, exponential looked linear. You thought they were growing at a rate, let's say, of 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. But they knew that they were growing at a rate of 1, 2, 4, 16, 256, 65,000. The difference between 32 and 65,000 after those 6 steps is quite stunning. But as Kurzweil says, most of us do not naturally think in exponential terms. This room may have within it quite a fair number of people who do, but in the population as a whole, even sophisticated part of the population, very few people think easily in exponential terms. And you can see it all the time. Go get some articles about solar photovoltaics from leading magazines, Scientific American, whatever, of 3 or 4 years ago. You will see that the level of capability and efficiency for photovoltaics now on the market vastly exceeds the most optimistic forecasts of 3 or 4 years ago. There were major articles 3 or 4 years ago saying solar is never going to get anywhere near $1 a watt. Well, go look at some of the most recent numbers on this. The whole idea of thinking exponentially gives you a leg up when what you're dealing with actually does operate exponentially. That is just not there if you continue to be trapped in linear thinking. I had a personal exposure to almost making a fool of myself with respect to different levels of exponential change when a few years ago I was invited by my wife, who's a trustee of Caltech, to an annual meeting that Caltech puts on for the board and the board's spouses, explaining some of the really innovative work that's going on at Caltech. Sitting around a breakfast table with 8 or 10 people, 4 or 5 of whom I knew and 2 or 3 of whom I did not. People asked me what I was doing. I said, well, I'm in venture capital. And they said, what looks interesting to you right now? I said, well, I'm especially interested in storage of electricity or heat or anything, and I'm always looking for improvements there. But I said, what's really interesting to me is that photovoltaics keep improving. And I said, they're not on a Moore's Law curve, but the steady improvement really makes a lot of things possible that just isn't there with things that are not dependent on physics like that. And a gentleman sitting, older gentleman sitting to my left said, yeah, he said, they didn't need to go on a Moore's Law track. They didn't have to go nearly as far as we did. And I started, and I came this close to explaining to this gentleman what Moore's Law was. Something stopped me. It turned out it was Gordon Moore. And although it would have made a better story had I explained Moore's Law to him, I'm really basically quite glad that I did not. 5, make it easy to challenge conventional wisdom. If you look at the fascinating book by Andrew Winston, Green to Gold, he has a wonderful story in it about UPS. UPS would have large meetings of executives and senior executives and all sorts of people in the company, and they did it fairly often. And the CEO would routinely say something, does anybody have anything they want to raise? Well, you're there with your boss and your boss's boss and your boss's boss, and there are hundreds of you, and not many people are going to stand up. But one day, a guy did. And he said, why do we turn left? And there was this silence. He said, it's stupid to turn left. Turning left is what causes most accidents. You use a lot of fuel when you're waiting. And he said, we got routes that it's easy to plan just turning right. Start in the middle and just turn right and right and right and right. You save a lot of gas and accidents. What you want is what, at least at that point, UPS had, which is a corporate culture that tells people it's a good idea to be the one guy in the room who is willing to say, why are we turning left? Why don't we just turn right? My friend Abe Karam Aircraft, came to the United States in the mid-'70s. He was the chief designer for Moshe Aarons at Israeli Aircraft Industries, but he wanted to be able to work on programs in the United States, became an American citizen, worked with DARPA, and Abe was able to convince them to fund a small unmanned aerial vehicle called Amber, later Nat. Our 4 fine military services, Al, I'm afraid, even including the Marine Corps, all 4 of those military services have an Air Force, and all of them had pilots. And Abe's UAV was reviewed by all 4 of them. None of them was remotely interested. And so Abe went bankrupt, and his 4 or 5 airframes and some equipment was bought by General Atomics at a bankruptcy sale, and nothing much happened. Some 10 years or so, 15 years later, I became Director of Central Intelligence. And one of the first things one noticed is what the limitations were of satellite reconnaissance and trying to keep track of what was going on in Bosnia, where the Serbs were killing an awful lot of people. Bosnia also had a rather persistent 2,000 to 3,000 foot cloud cover. So I remembered some work on UAVs that I'd seen the Israelis doing a few years before. And I went to the Pentagon and I said, why don't we work together on a prototype for a small unmanned aerial vehicle that could get over Bosnia under the clouds and watch what's going on? And the Pentagon said, well, we'll do a study and get back to you. And they did. And they came back to me in about 3 weeks, and they said, we figure, we'd be glad to do this. We figure that it will take 6 years and $500 million to get a prototype. And I said, well, don't call me, I'll call you, thanks. Went back to my office, remembered Abe, picked up the phone, found him out in California, and I said, Abe, whatever happened to Amber? He said, well, it's just sitting there in the General Atomics hangar with the rest of the equipment from my bankrupt company, nothing's going on. I said, this may sound kind of crazy, but how long would it take you and how much would it cost to put this back together in such a way that you could overfly Bosnia, maybe operate out of Albania or something if we could get permission, and I could have a readout in my office in Langley. He said, oh, 6 months, $5 million. I said, well, you're 2 orders of magnitude below the Pentagon. Let's see what we might do. So I went to Charlie Wilson, Appropriations, Defense Appropriations Committee. Marvelous man, in many ways. Charlie helped me scrape together $1 million here, $1 million there, $500,000 from this account, $500,000 from another. And within about 6 months, I could sit in my office in Langley, do a kind of primitive email with a guy who was a CIA officer who was flying this UAV from a van in an airstrip in northern Albania. We had traded use of the airfield to the Albanians for 2 truckloads of blankets. Had a manned glider up very high above the Adriatic to relay commands from the joystick into the UAV, and had a satellite readout in my office in Langley. So I called up the classified channel for the first time and sit there, and I'm looking at something. It looks like a big construction of some sort. So I emailed a fellow in Albania. I said, what am I looking at? He says, well, that's the famous bridge at Mostar. He said, I said, oh, I can see now. I said, what's that going on the bridge? He said, it's a guy. I think he's got on a big funny hat. You want me to zoom? I said, yeah, zoom. Yeah, big funny hat from 3,000 feet. So I called some of my friends from the Pentagon and said, why don't you come look at this? And of course, they immediately wanted to steal it, but we had been able to find a way to fence them off. And a few months later, Abe came in to see me again. And he said, you know, we're doing so well with Nat. Why don't, I designed it in the first case to be stretched. He said, you want me to stretch it? I said, yeah, what'll it do? He said, well, it could quadruple the range and payload. I said, my God, what'll it cost and how long? He said, oh, 4 months, $3 million. I said, I'll go see Charlie Wilson again. Just before I resigned, a few months later, Abe came in to see me, and he said, you know, he said that stretched version of Nat is doing very well in the test. He said, we'll be flying operationally here in another couple of months. He said, but you know, it's so much bigger than Nat. We were talking around the office, we think it probably ought to have a new name. And I said, well, what are you going to call it? And he said, well, one guy in the office said he thought we might call it Predator. What do you think? And I said, yeah, that sounds okay. Why not? Predator comes from an extraordinarily inventive man, one of the remarkable aeronautical engineers of the 20th century, who just was as persistent, is still as persistent as a human being can be. And if he's blocked by one set of institutions from doing something, he'll go find another set in order to pull it off. He came into my office once when one of the test vehicles had crashed, and I had just heard about it, and I was like, God, this is terrible. It's a terrible setback to the program. And Abe was beaming. I said, what are you smiling about? He said, hey, no notifications to families. That's keeping your eye on the ball. And Cy Ramo's new book is called Let the Robots Do the Dying. Two more quick examples, and then we'll close. William Sims and continuous aim firing. At the beginning, the very end of the 19th century, a Navy captain named Sims got together with a British Commodore, and the two of them came up with a way in which they could, with a set of rings and by cranking a differently mounted gun, could keep a naval ship that might be the enemy continuously in sight, continuously in the sights of the gun. Up until then, you waited until the pitch and roll of the ship crossed where the ship might be, the enemy might be, and pulled the lanyard, and it was not very effective. By doing this, basically Sims brought the capability of engaging enemy ships way, way up to something on the order of the horizon, 20, 25 miles. It was immediately and totally opposed by every senior official of the United States Navy. because they said, this is terrible. Nelson taught us that no captain can do wrong who lays his ship alongside that of the enemy, and if we stop doing that, we will lose our offensive spirit. This is terrible. We cannot do it. Sims, who was a persistent SOB, like a lot of innovators, sat down and wrote a letter to the brand new President of the United States, one Theodore Roosevelt. Roosevelt had been the Assistant Secretary of the Navy. He loved the Navy. He was a speed reader. He read several books and many magazines and many papers every day. Somehow, Sims's letter got to him. He read it. He saw the implications, and he ordered the Navy to implement a series of tests of continuous aim firing and put Sims in charge of the tests. And that simple set of changes, because of the character of both William Sims and Theodore Roosevelt, really effectively changed naval surface warfare for half a century or more anyway. Finally, I got a call when I was Director of Central Intelligence from the Assistant Secretary of Health, Education and Welfare, this is back in the Clinton administration, the Carter administration, sorry. No, Clinton. I get my Democrats mixed up. Clinton administration. So this would have been about 1993. I get a call from the Assistant Secretary, Susan Blumenthal, Dr. Blumenthal, and she said, Jim, we don't know each other, and this is really a cold call, but she said, do you think the CIA has any research that would be relevant to mammograms, improving mammograms? I said, well, I kind of doubt it, but what's going on? She said, well, we're having a big conference on mammography, and I'm basically calling everybody in the government who presides over an R&D budget. And if there's any way to check, I'd appreciate it. I said, well, yeah, sure. So, I thought, what in the world would the CIA be doing with mammograms? So I called my head science technology advisor, Jeff Harris, later head of the National Reconnaissance Office, and said, Jeff, got this call. What are we doing about it? Do we do anything that's relevant to mammograms? He said, well, let me think about it. I don't know. Being Jeff Harris, he came back in about 3 or 4 months. He said, how would you like to give a major speech at a mammography conference? I said, what in the world does the CIA know about mammography? He said, you know how mammograms work? I said, no. He said, well, you basically take a picture, X-ray picture, and one time, and then you'll take another one, say, some months later, and you look at it, the technician looks at it very carefully to see if there might be a slight shade of difference in darkness, and that might be a tumor, and it's not very reliable, but sometimes it picks things up. He said, you know how we used to read reconnaissance satellite photographs? I said, no. He said, same way. He said, we'd take a picture of part of the Soviet Union, and then 6 months later, we'd take another picture, and we'd put them side to side, and we'd look and see if there was any shading or anything that was different. And occasionally, we'd find something. He said, you know what we've been doing since about 1970? I said, not that. He said, no. He said, it's all been digital. And so what we do is we put one image digitally right on top of the other, match up the roads so one is precisely on top of the other, digitally subtract one image from the other, and anything new, a scar on the ground, a new hole that might be a silo, jumps right out at you. He said, guess what we did with the mammograms? I said, now I get it. You did the same thing. I said, what did you line up? He said, veins. So we lined up one or the other, digitally subtract one from the other, and the tumor just jumps out. He said, we went up to Harvard Medical School. None of the faculty or students wanted, they thought it was crazy. The CIA didn't have anything to say about this, but there was one MD professor who was an electrical engineer. And he took one look at this and said, my God, you're going to revolutionize mammography. So I gave a speech at the mammogram conference. And it's my understanding from a number of people that these changes have had a substantial effect over time in the effectiveness of mammography. easily challenging the conventional wisdom. That was Jeff Harris on this. That was Susan Blumenthal. That was William Sims. That was Abe Karam. That was the gentleman at UPS who says, why turn left? That spirit and that attitude, it is essential for leaders of an organization to make the norm, not the exception. I got 1/6 suggestion. Stop kicking smart future innovators out of the United States. The single dumbest national policy with respect to innovation that we have today and that I'm aware of we have ever had is the limitation on the numbers of the proper kinds of visas. So we have to send hundreds to thousands of brilliant young PhDs from all over the world back to their countries of origin, even when many want to stay in the United States. If we were to do one thing to try to improve innovation in the United States, I would say repeal that absolutely idiotic statute. Thank you.
Mr. Woolsey, thank you very much. For the next 45 minutes before we go to our first break, we're going to address the area of social and cultural innovation. We've got two speakers for you. Mr. Jeff Baxter is currently a national security consultant. He is well-known and world-class guitarist, playing both for Steely Dan and the Doobie Brothers, as Mike has mentioned, as well as performing for a who's who in the world of music. Making that natural career path move from rock performer to advisor on ballistic missile defense, advising members of the House Science Committee and participating in numerous Pentagon war games, it is not a stretch to state that Jeff Baxter possesses an unconventional thinking approach. He is a Board of Regents member and a senior fellow at the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies. Rear Admiral Lou Iasello, U.S. Navy retired as a Franciscan friar, currently serving as a director of Human Foundation at the Pontifical College in Columbus, Ohio. He was the first chaplain of the Marine Corps and then served as the 23rd Chief of Navy Chaplains. He served in peace and war, earning a combat action ribbon. He is world-renowned expert in just war theory, and his intellectual insights earned him presidential appointment to serve as co-chair of the Federal Task Force on Sexual Assault in the Military Services, as well as a member of the Task Force investigating violence and assault at the military schools. Admiral, you're going to get to open for the Doobie Brothers, and I stole that line from him, so he's innovative. Please welcome Chaplain Iasello.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I can't tell you how thrilled I am to be here, and this is probably the first time since the inauguration of the Age of Enlightenment that people have put religion and innovation together in the same sentence. It's usually seen as oxymoronic, so I appreciate the change in attitude. Well, I've been invited to talk about culture in specific. And of course, you can't talk about culture and innovation unless you in some way address the area of education. And that's what I'd like to do today. And I'd like to take you back in time to about 30 years to a time when the Navy was building up to a 600-ship Navy. Think back to a moment to the Reagan administration's decision to build up our sea power. Now, two individuals who would factor very significantly in that strategizing were two individuals who understood education very well. One was Secretary of the Navy John Lehman, and the other was the father of the nuclear Navy, better known as Admiral Rickover. Now, both men were visionaries in their own right, and like most visionaries, held very strong, if not passionate, opinions on just about everything. It was inevitable, therefore, that at one point they'd end up crossing swords, and interestingly enough, that's exactly what happened. Now, they didn't cross swords over ship construction or manning levels or the size of the submarine force, but rather they crossed swords over the question of education and training. One of their most public disagreements concerned the future of the Naval Officer Corps, and specifically the academic qualifications required of our future naval officers. Therefore, they argued very passionately over the curriculum to be offered at the United States Naval Academy. Now, as you might expect, Admiral Rickover wanted the Academy to produce world-class engineers, and among them the finest nuclear engineers in the military. The Admiral demanded that the Academy offer midshipmen a curriculum top-heavy with science, technology, engineering, and of course mathematics. And he wanted midshipmen to major in areas that reflected these disciplines. His vision meant directing Academy officials to eliminate or at least minimize what he described as the softer majors or the softer disciplines, like those of the liberal arts. In his opinion, if a midshipman wanted to know about the humanities in greater depth, they could do so in their own time or perhaps through an occasional elective. Now, Secretary Lehman was himself a naval aviator and in the reserves, but he had a much different vision of what should be offered at the Academy. His vision was much different than that of Admiral Rickover. He envisioned a corps of officers equipped with a more well-rounded education, future leaders who would leave the Academy with more than just a competency in engineering. He envisioned an officer corps of men and women of letters who could comprehend the complexities of international relations, graduates who had a familiarity with the lessons of history and with a knowledge of the cultures and languages of the peoples of the world. Lehman envisioned a Navy and Marine Corps with seasoned, what I call Renaissance officers, who would leave Annapolis well-equipped to comprehend the complexities of future military conflict, future diplomats equipped to speak the languages of their allies and their foes alike. And it's interesting to note that this debate over officer education took place at a very interesting time in our American military history. It occurred during the post-Vietnam era, at a time when our military was, some people would say, rediscovering warfare at the lower end of the conflict spectrum. The debate occurred at a time when military strategists were dusting off some of the classic works of military strategy, people like Clausewitz, Sun Tzu, and of course the Marine Corps' Small Wars Manual, all in an attempt to grasp the complex nature of insurgency and strategize as to how best to wage counterinsurgency warfare. Strategists were once again rediscovering the role that tribalism, politics, economics, culture, and yes, even religion play in any counterinsurgency equation. Lessons that had been learned and recorded decades before in American history when the Marines were deployed to support America's international strategy and actually gained the nickname of being the State Department's troops. Now, as you might have guessed, the Naval Academy adopted the vision of the Secretary of the Navy. Yes, the Academy would continue to produce its nuclear engineers, and all midshipmen would still be expected to face the challenges of its STEM courses, and of course, every midshipman's favorite, electrical engineering. But the Academy would also recognize the critical need for forming true Renaissance warriors for the Navy and the Marine Corps, men and women of letters who were empowered to face the complexities of modern warfare and eventually assume the ambassadorial responsibilities of naval commands. In short, the Academy would retool to educate enlightened leaders empowered to meet the challenges of their profession and the society that they were commissioned to defend. Now, the Lehman-Rickover debate reminded me of something I studied in philosophy years ago. The great Greek philosophers taught that the military exists for two reasons. First, of course, to defend the polis, but secondly, to produce leaders for the society at large. A few years ago, Robert Putnam wrote a book entitled Bowling Alone. Putnam forwards the hypothesis that American society has been hurt by a decline in memberships in its voluntary societies and organizations. He claims that the decline in memberships has hurt the fabric of modern society. He claims that declining membership has hurt the society's ability to stay current, to stay relevant, and stay responsive to its trends and to its developments. This, in his mind, creates a sort of values vacuum and a loss of participatory citizenship. In the absence of the values and mores that these institutions and organizations once provided, the society ends up settling for a broader, more tolerant, and certainly less cohesive moral fabric, and I would suggest it also results in a more distant relationship between the society and its citizens. At a minimum, it certainly impacts volunteerism and the number of our fellow citizens contributing in a structured way to the common good. But of course, we're here to talk about innovation and not just commiserate about the past or what's going on in the present. Although a French word, innovation has its root, like the words in most Romance languages, in Latin. I'm no Latinist, but I do know the word innovatio, and the word innovation may be loosely translated as renewal. In its purest etymological sense, innovation is best described as renovation, or if you prefer, to make new once again. To innovate is to return to one's roots in a fresh, dynamic, and novel way. To innovate is to capture the essence of something and then re-employ it in a more novel way. I think we could all agree that one area in the American society that begs for innovation is the area of education. And I think we could all agree that few areas of the society are more critical to our future, to our societal growth, and to our societal health. Unfortunately, many Americans have a very restricted or limited view of education. For them, education is something that happens in a given number of calendar days in a primary, secondary, undergraduate, or a graduate level institution. For them, education is something that teachers or professors provide for society's students. Put simply, education is something that professional educators do, and as a society, we pay for it. We pay for them to do it for us. Is it any wonder then, for the most part, Americans believe that our educational system is wanting, if not failing? Is it any wonder that a society that has, for the most part, divorced itself from the educational process would come to view the process in such negative terms? Is it any wonder that a society that treats education as a sort of public commodity, something to be paid for and provided by someone else, is it any wonder that we'd be critical of what we have or what's provided for us? Now, we've all heard the talking heads floating ideas about how to address this national crisis in education. Some have suggested that an infusion of billions of dollars might help to remedy the current educational crisis. Some have suggested that if we target the salaries of educators and offer higher salaries, that will attract better talent to the teaching profession. And still others say that we should privatize our school systems and instill competition and eliminate what they view as a virtual monopoly. Others suggest that charter schools provide the magic cure and call for the creation of more of them. And of course, all agree that a stricter emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics would go far in improving the American educational system. Well, let me suggest that while all of those ideas hold some degree of merit, all of those approaches potentially fall far short of what would help our educational system. Perhaps Robert Putnam has, in his examination of membership in voluntary organizations, provided the key to a better answer. To innovate or to renew our educational system, we must first recognize that the current modus of treating education as a commodity to be paid for with our taxes, a commodity essentially divorced from the majority of its citizens, a commodity outside of the purview of one's civic responsibility, is really a formula for failure. Perhaps our educational systems are suffering not merely from a lack of funding or committed professionals, but rather from a lack of civic participation in the educational process. I think that true innovation in education will only begin when Americans once again participate in the educational process and take ownership of the dynamic and embrace participation in education as a component of their citizenship. You all know that the word citizen has, like innovation, its roots in the Latin language. Civitas, which means people united in a city or community. Our question today is, do our fellow citizens view education as important enough to demand the investment of their personal time and resources? Is it critical enough to unite them in a common cause that they understand is integrally linked to the common good? let me conclude by offering two suggestions that may hold some merit as to how to best innovate in this complex area. First, let's explore ways to re-engage larger segments of our society into the educational systems. We've already seen some limited movement towards this reality, such as when military units or businesses or faith groups take active roles in programs like Adopt a School programs. But let's face it, those efforts, although valiant and inspiring, impact but a small fraction of our students and our school districts. Second, perhaps it's time to approach education through a different lens. Perhaps the model of educating students to move up the educational ladder or educating them to enter certain academic programs or make specific vocational choices misses the mark as to what education should be. Although Secretary Lehman and Admiral Rickover differed as to what curricula should be taught to our future officers, both would agree that the academic coursework was only one aspect of a midshipman's development. Both viewed academic preparation as only one part of a professional development of an officer. Both understood that the intellectual pillar was but one single component of a multifaceted formation of future officers. They both knew that as well as providing for the intellectual development of midshipmen, the academies had a responsibility to provide programs that addressed the formation of their character, their skills as future warriors, their formation as future leaders, and their development as persons of impeccable integrity and professionalism. Both Lehman and Rickover knew that academics were only one dimension of a formation system that introduces one to the noble profession of arms. Perhaps if secular education adopted a broader approach and began focusing on the formation of our future citizens and less on the completion of academic requirements, then perhaps like the academies, they might end up producing not just graduates, but more importantly, responsible and enlightened citizens. Thank you very much.
Well, now, I've been looking at this slide. Keeping America on top. Well, that makes an assumption that America was on top, and I think that's actually an excellent assumption because, and I have to get out my, have to get online here, which we all do with our little machines here. According to the U.S. Constitution of the United States, it says here, Congress shall have the power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. So as far as I know, that the United States of America is the first country in the history of mankind to inculcate in its laws the concept of intellectual property, intellectual freedom, the individual as a focus as opposed to the state, and the idea that creativity may be, if not the most important part, a very important part of the concept of freedom. And I've had experiences to learn that when the Doobie Brothers played in the Soviet Union, not Russia, but the Soviet Union. It was very inspiring to see that 40,000 kids in the audience knew every word to every song that we did, and our music was illegal and you could go to jail for it. So that told me something. That told me that people are interested in freedom and interested in the way freedom then rolls into creativity, and that rolls into innovation. There's no doubt that if you read the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights and even the Declaration of Independence, the word I comes up all the time, as opposed to the state or the government. So somebody, in the beginning when they formed the United States, was thinking a lot about creativity. So not only was America on top and is on top, but keeping America on top, I think is a very prescient statement here, and I'm not talking about being on top. Oh, I have to turn off my phone. Well, I needed to use my phone to get online. See, it's all this. So no, you're right. You're right. Absolutely. You know, the price we pay for innovation. You know. And my first, I guess my first brush with creativity was, I was very lucky. I had a mother who taught me to read when I was 5 years old. And reading, I think, is, as perhaps the father will also agree, is probably the gateway to learning. And also let me take piano lessons. Now, of course, my dad, after I'd read Huckleberry Finn, my dad said, "Oh, so you can read now." So I'm 5 years old, and he throws a copy of The Gathering Storm by Winston Churchill into my lap and says, "Read that." Okay, well, it's interesting because if you think about the problem solving and innovation, if you do it right, you don't want to tell somebody how to solve a problem. You want to give them the problem and let them figure it out. That's the concept of creativity and innovation. So I think in a small way, I'll give my dad the benefit of the doubt, and General Gray knew my dad a little bit, and they went off to the corner and did whatever they did, but I think he realized that the same thing, that this was a man who spent his life not telling people what to do, but telling people you have an opportunity to do something and take your best shot. I'm going to talk a little bit also about some of the lessons learned, but I want to talk a little bit about the arts, and only because, to me, the arts of a particular country or a particular group of people are the true forensics of innovation. I was having a discussion in the back room, or in the back of the hall, we were talking about the Chinese and how they're doing so well in nanotechnologies and so many things that they're doing well. They're throwing a lot of money at it, and they're being very successful. And my point was, well, okay, you can buy your way into a lot of things. I mean, I've made albums for people that should have never even been allowed in a recording studio, you know, but they pay me the money, and I go in there and I do the best job I possibly can, and, you know, every once in a while, you know, something happens. You know, for every Beatles, there's a Milli Vanilli. It does happen. Now, I guess the point I'm trying to make, though, is I'm waiting, and the conversation I said, I'm waiting for the first great Chinese rock and roll band. I'm waiting for the really great first Chinese TV series. I'm waiting for the arts of a country like that, and I have no beef with the Chinese. I think they're very, very innovative and smart people, but I'm waiting for the arts to reflect how innovative they really are. I'm gonna talk about a little bit of innovation. Anybody familiar with Dan Aykroyd? Does anybody know Danny? Dan's an old buddy. Dan and I have been friends for a long time. So when Tom Fingar and myself and Mike Wertheimer and a few people at the DNI were tasked to put together something called the RAISER program, which is the idea that you could create a group of people who were both good special operators and had a basis in intelligence, in all sorts of intelligence, and be able to put them in Detroit or Darfur and give them the tools to become innovative and creative in a moment's notice. And by the way, we were talking before, if you ever want to see the most innovative human beings in the world, look at a stand-up comedian. There is nobody who knows how to innovate and act and react on the spot. A lot of lessons to be learned from those folks. So as we were putting together the curriculum, one of the needs that we had was role playing. Well, okay, and I have nothing against a second lieutenant who's done theater for 2 years in college, and I think that's very nice. But my deal is I want to call the pros from Dover. I'm not interested, I don't want a bass player in my band. I want the bass player in my band. So I pick up the phone and I call Danny. I said, Dan, I got a job for you. I want you to help me put together a curriculum to teach this course. Dan said, not only can I put together this curriculum for you, but I happen to have it with me. I said, where did you get it? He said, well, before we started Saturday Night Live, we did something called Second City TV. And Second City TV was populated by actors, mostly from Canada, who were involved in a Canadian government program that was sponsored by the Canadian government to teach young kids role-playing so they could understand relating to teachers and policemen and firemen and other people in positions of authority so they could understand how to interact. And I just so happened to have the curriculum here. It was an instant success. Dan met with some of the Special Forces folks that we were working with, and all I can tell you is it came out just the way I wanted it to come out. Now, why would I go to a guy named Dan Aykroyd? Because I want the right guy. And I want people who are innovative. I want people to work with who may not necessarily have the typical point of view. And that brings me to talking about a gentleman named Lieutenant Colonel John Boyd, who some of you are probably familiar with the OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, and act, a very delightful, compact algorithm that is applicable to problem solving and at least gets you started. But the thing that I learned about John Boyd that was very interesting to me is this concept of synthesis and analysis. Most people talk about analysis, problem solving through analysis. Well, that's okay, but that's only half the job. Analysis gets you to the point where you can break a problem down. Synthesis gets you to the point of taking all those pieces and putting together something new and innovative. That to me is what is the essence of problem solving. As a musician, I stand on the shoulders of giants. I at one time during some Doobie Brothers concert that I did, I decided all the guitar solos were going to be from classical pieces. Everything was going to be either Beethoven, Chopin, or Mozart, or Bach. Now, it was a little bit of a stretch, and it was kind of hard to do sometimes, but you know what? That's where the fun was. That's what I really enjoyed. And it made me innovate, it made me push really hard, it made me think, and it made me focus. And I'll give you a perfect example. How many of you have gone to a wedding and heard Pachelbel's canon for the umpty millionth time? Okay. Well, did you also know that the chords to Pachelbel's canon are the chords, the exact same chords for the greatest R&B hits ever written? When a Man Loves a Woman, Let It Be Me by the Everly Brothers. This same song that people sawed away on in a string quartet became some of the greatest romantic, heart-rending rhythm and blues ballads of all time. That means that somebody analyzed the problem, took it down into its smallest parts, broke it down, and then reassembled it, synthesized it in a totally different way. Same chords, but the Everly Brothers, Pachelbel's canon, most people wouldn't draw the connection. Jazz, improvisation, the freedom to step out, take an idea, a theme, go through it, learn it, and then, in a sense, what you're doing, what Dizzy Gillespie and Charlie Parker or anybody who plays jazz does, is they are doing an analytical process. They're taking a closed set and closing off an entropic piece, an entropic operation, improvisation. As a matter of fact, when that idea really hit home is when I was reading Studies in Intelligence, which is a publication that comes out in the intelligence community on a fairly regular basis. And I read Bill Nolte's article on how are we going to revolutionize the analyst of the future. And he started talking about improvisation, and he started talking about musicians improvising, and maybe you could teach people to do that. Well, I went crazy, picked up the phone, called Alan Wade, and said, I got to meet this guy. Who is this guy? Well, he's, over at the agency, and he's an intelligence guy. Well, he may be an intel guy, but this guy obviously understands the concept of innovation, and not only that, but wants to teach it. Well, this all makes me very excited. And this gets me to another bone of contention. We used to be a country of laws. We seem to be a country of rules now. And it bothers me a little bit because I'm not a lawyer, but from what I have been able to learn in my 63 years of trying to figure out, how to put my shoes on correctly, is that law and laws are dynamic. Rules are not. As soon as somebody starts talking about the rules of physics, I'm going to have a problem. In the same way as people refer to war as an art form. That means that somebody or somewhere is thinking, and I always refer to Al Gray because my dad taught me, because he had the Marine account for 35 years. I have a plaque on the wall that says never a Marine, but always a Marine. He taught me that the one thing about the Marines is they don't have all the cool stuff. They just think out of the box. Do you know how much it costs to make My Sharona? Do you know how much it costs to make that whole album? $11,000. And they sold 4 million copies. So the band gets back together, spends $400,000 in the studio to make another record, and they couldn't even get arrested on the radio. What does that tell you? It tells you that it's not what you spend and what you throw at it, and not the typical way that we go about solving problems, but it's innovation. It's being forced to think. It's being forced to act. It's the Marine Corps, the U.S. Marines being forced to innovate and come up with new ideas. That idea that you guys came up with about putting battalion commanders in the New York Mercantile Exchange was brilliant. Brilliant. People said, that's really stupid. What are they going to talk about? Oh, really? Well, from what I gather, you wanted to teach your battalion commanders to be innovative, to think quickly in a high-pressure situation with very little information for high stakes. Well, it looks to me it passes the duck test. They both passed the duck test. And it was an incredibly successful program. Some of those people are still corresponding with each other. So we know how to innovate. As a matter of fact, we have the one thing in the United States that nobody else has. We have the ability to absorb people from other cultures and turn them into what we call Americans. It's a club. Most other countries don't do very well with that. The one thing that gives you the best opportunity to innovate is the fact that somebody who's sitting across from you doesn't think like you do. Man, can you imagine what a band would be like with all bass players? Wow, how awful would that be? The wonderful thing about America is you can have different people from different cultures with different ideas, and you create an open architecture for people to flourish in that. So anyway, I'm just going to close with a quote by Winston Churchill, because I think we're running out of time. But I don't want to go into the Beatles, and although I've got to thank the Beatles because Americans created rock and roll, which, by the way, the two things that brought down the Soviet Union were missile defense and Elvis Presley French fries and blue jeans. Thank God for the Beatles, because when we got into the Bobbies, Bobby Vinton, Bobby B, Bobby, we were losing the plot. And thank God the Beatles turned, oh, no. Let's just bring you back to reality here. The one thing I loved about Winston Churchill is he said you can always count on America to do the right thing after they've exhausted every other possibility. Now, I think he said that because his mother was American, and I think he said it because he meant only good in his heart. We do exhaust every possibility. It is a dirty job. Democracy, innovation, invention. If it was easy, everybody would do it. If it was easy, there wouldn't be any patent office because there wouldn't have to be. So, to me, keeping America on top is simply taking what John Boyd did, analyze what it is about America that is prescient to problem solving, and every time resynthesizing it over and over and over again. And you say, well, what if you keep resynthesizing it, you're going to get the same old thing? Really? Let's see, if I gave a Fender Stratocaster to everybody in this audience, and you all played it for the rest of your lives, nobody in the audience here would play the same thing ever again. You would be innovating, even if you didn't think it was great. You know, I love Bo Diddley. He only knew one chord, but I could listen to that chord for days because there was something about it that was special. Just one chord. I mean, then you take Bach or Herbie Hancock or somebody like that. Anyway, I'm going off because I love music. I think we have the answers in our genes. We have the answers in our collective national psyche. Let's just stop worrying about where it is and why it is and trying to control it, and let's be a little bit innovative. Let's keep America on top. Thank you.
Admiral and Jeff, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:30 right now. I encourage you, let's take 15 minutes. There are some snacks and water out back. Feel free to walk around the Smithsonian also, and we'll reconvene here about 1:45 for our next two presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I want to encourage you once again to offer up any questions you have on those 3x5 cards. And you didn't realize that the cell phones being turned on could obviously provide some feedback, not only for the speaker up here, but possibly someplace in the auditorium. So if you could silence your cell phone, it would be much appreciated. We're going to have 2 presentations between now and our next break. The first one is going to deal with economic innovation. We have Mr. Doyle Beneby. He's the president and CEO of CPS Energy in San Antonio. CPS Energy is the largest city-owned utility company in the nation. Doyle joined CPS Energy in August of 2010 and is a 25-year veteran of the energy field, serving in Michigan, Florida, and Pennsylvania. San Antonio is the 7th largest city in the U.S. and the 3rd fastest growing city, so Doyle has his hands full. He is here to provide a case study on how he is approaching his challenges. Doyle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dave, and good afternoon, everyone. This is probably less a presentation and more of a discussion, as Dave inferred, a case study. So I'll start with the obvious question: is what would a CEO from a stagio municipal utility be doing here in D.C. talking about innovation? You know, after all, I think municipal utilities are the places where innovation goes to die. But I am here, and I think we have a very innovative way to approach economic development, and is multifaceted, and it really captures and takes advantage of some of the advantages that CPS really has inherent in its structure. So a bit of background about CPS Energy. CPS Energy, as Dave inferred, is the largest municipal gas and electric utility in the country. We serve about 800,000 electric customers, maybe 300,000 gas customers. We scan the city of San Antonio and the greater parts of Bexar County. Very, very large, and because we're municipal as opposed to investor-owned, and that's a key difference, and that difference is sort of the fault line that allows us to capture what I think is a very innovative approach. We're municipally owned, so therefore we're nonprofit, and about 14% of our gross revenues go back to the city of San Antonio. So Jim talked earlier about this ability to look beyond next quarter's earnings call. And I think inherent in that capability allows for some creativity and innovation. So I think we've really taken advantage of that. But that's really the hallmark of an investor-owned utility, I believe, or a municipal utility, I believe, is the ability to think long-term. And in thinking long-term, I think we've captured some value that I think is beneficial and hopefully can become, maybe replicate at some point, but that it will solidify us as the center of what we call the new energy economy, which represents innovation in this industry. So let me frame innovation a bit for you for a municipal utility. So, so we're somewhere not as far advanced as a Predator drone program, but more advanced than a musket gun. So I think we're close to the Predator drone. But anyway, in this field, I think what we have is a very, very innovative approach. And it really utilizes and captures the best of some new partners that we have signed on with in San Antonio. And in just a while, I'll show a quick video of these partners. So let me take you back a bit. On June 20th of this year, we announced partnerships with 5 different companies, bringing 5 different technologies to San Antonio. One is a concert company, Home Area Networks, and this is the capabilities to wirelessly control and modulate equipment in households. The second is with Sun Edison. We're building 30 megawatts of solar. Actually, Sun Edison's building, and we're buying the output from a purchase power agreement. But Sun Edison is going to set up a regional office in San Antonio. They're going to bring R&D and education investment, as will Concert. The third is Green Star, an LED lighting company, light-emitting diodes that nominally, for the same luminosity or brightness, use about half the electricity demand of regular high-pressure sodium vapor streetlights. The fourth company is a company called Cold Car, and they build electric delivery trucks. And we've partnered with them to build charging stations for them. They've moved their headquarters to San Antonio, and they're investing in education. And then last opportunity is a group called Summit. Summit is building the most highly advanced gas-fired power plant in the business. It's called an integrated gasification combined cycle with 90% carbon capture for transport to West Texas for enhanced oil recovery. So it's a very clean process, totally. So Summit has also decided to have their board headquarters in San Antonio, and they're contributing to education and economic development investment. So there's a pattern here, and in that pattern, I'll describe how we got there and really what it means and why we think it's somewhat innovative for this industry. So today, what I'll present, as Dave referred, is we'll call it a case study, but it really is still evolving. It's a case study that's still open, and it's a case study that I think will grow and grow and grow as we begin to attract more companies. So I'm going to pause now, and you'll see about a 2-minute video, and it'll describe some of our partners and what they're saying about what we're doing, and I'll talk about the genesis of it and go back to the inherent advantages we have at CPS Energy to allow us to do what you're going to see.
CPS in San Antonio are the most progressive organizations in energy generation in the country. The CEO of CPS, Doyle Beneby, is a progressive thought leader, and while his views are cost-driven, they're the right views. Mayor Julian Castro has been a tremendous supporter for the green energy transformation. The combination of them two is fantastic. I believe that CPS in San Antonio have done something that is so differentiated in the United States that has led companies like San Edison to come into the state and in San Antonio make significant investments. Not only with San Edison, but I'm delighted to see that many other leaders and companies have come in with the same view. The combination of all that passion and energy and vision is being transformed ultimately into jobs. I can't imagine a better combination, and today I'm personally excited to be working with both Mr. Beneby and Mr. Castro.
CPS Energy has come forth with some very innovative approaches to this whole thing. People talk about horizontal integration, people talk about vertical integration. What CPS Energy is doing is, I would call it triangular integration. So CPS Energy is then encouraging, because of its huge buying power, its vendors and suppliers to do two things. Number one, bring jobs to San Antonio with the help of the local governments, and also to work closely with academia such as UTSA to conduct research. From UTSA's point of view, we will conduct research for CPS Energy as well as help all these suppliers and vendors with technology issues that they may have. At the same time, we will train students to provide the manpower needed to drive the new energy economy here in San Antonio. So it's very innovative. It's a win-win-win for all parties involved.
So a big part of the issue is, if you step back, you'll see that there are a couple large issues in this industry right now. The first is climate change, and again, irrespective of what your political leanings are, or whether or not you believe in the science, or whether or not you assume that it's a normal weather pattern, the fact is the climate is changing. So that's reality, not a judgment. The second big issue is the fact that there is legislation that is incentivizing or penalizing the output of carbon. So you could assume that there will be some carbon legislation, whether it be a tax or some other mechanism, but there will be a price on carbon. So those are the big issues out there. So where in those two issues lies opportunity? I think, so let me go back to what CPS has in its arsenal or its portfolio. First is we have a very mature ownership in nuclear plants. So about 40% of our power comes from nuclear. And right now, that's very, very cheap. From a cost standpoint, it's less than ½ cent per kilowatt hour. To give you order of magnitude, a gas-fired plant right now would be about 5 or 6 cents per kilowatt hour. We also have about 40% of our power coming from older coal units that right now also offer fairly cheap prices. So we have this, so from a weighted cost average standpoint, we have this heavy weighted cheap power. So we've decided, and our board decided years ago, to pursue by the year 2020 a path to make 20% of our portfolio renewable sources. Now, many others have tried to do this, but not necessarily in a way that's affordable. And we think we found a way that also is affordable but brings benefit to the community. And again, that's part of our mission as opposed to an investor-owned utility. This first started with us in deciding that instead of investing $500 million in retrofitting one of our older coal units, we were going to retire that coal unit in 2018 and replace it with cleaner natural gas. So that started this process. And it made us begin to think that, is there a way to pursue our goal of 20% renewables in a way that's affordable and that can bring jobs? So coming from the investor-owned world, I realized the benefit of a company like CPS that has AA credit rating, and that if we were to say to vendors or suppliers or sourcers that we would buy your product for 30 years at a fixed price from a company with our credit rating, that would mean a lot. So that's been our approach. So we pursued wind. We are the largest wind off-taker in the United States for a municipal utility, over 1,000 megawatts of wind that we purchase. We are now the largest solar off-taker in the state of Texas. And I talked about the other possibilities, the other partners that we have earlier. But in each case, we've said that we want a premium for what we bring to the table. And in each case, we've asked for economic development, either building something in San Antonio, moving your headquarters to San Antonio, but also investing in education, because part of our mission is to impact the community. San Antonio is a community that generally is in the bottom third in terms of college graduation rate, top third in dropout rate. So we have a dynamic there that needs to be addressed, and we feel like we can do that with our approach. So that's really been our approach to every company. And we've been able to do this, again, because we've asked for the best prices in the business. We have this heavily weighted base load of clean technology or traditional fuels that we're making cleaner and cleaner. So our formula really is that we're going to get 20% renewables or thereabouts with solar and mostly wind. We hope that there's a battery storage company in our future or some other innovative technology. But on a traditional side, we have nuclear that's already there, fully amortized. We're going to retire 870 megawatts of coal, dirty coal, and replace it with cleaner natural gas. And we have one other coal plant that was built a year ago that's the cleanest in the industry. So we're fairly hedged against three big risks out there. One is environmental regulation through the EPA. The second would be changing fuel types and technologies. So we have a broad portfolio of different fuel types, a broad portfolio of different technologies, and a broad portfolio of technologies that hedge us against the risk of excessive regulation through the Environmental Protection Agency. So that comment is somewhat judgmental. There are those who believe that the regulation is not too much, but in any case, we're going to be okay. And so we've taken that dynamic and gone to the market with it and basically said, if you'll come to San Antonio, we'll buy clean products from you in a massive way over many, many years. But in exchange for that, can you really help our economy? And that sort of confluence of that dynamic, we're calling the new energy economy. And we want to introduce it in San Antonio. We did on June 20th. And we'd like to become really an innovation hub. We view as a model Silicon Valley. We view as another model the Research Triangle Park in Raleigh, North Carolina. But we want to bring that to San Antonio. So we've actively searched with other partners locally and nationally to try to really to move this dynamic. The other advantage I think we have, I mentioned earlier, is that we have a very, I think, progressive board. And our board chair happens to be sitting in the front row there, Mr. Derek Howard. And our board years ago could see the value of pursuing renewables in a way that I think preceded other locales. So we have the community support. We've been able to do it in a way that's very, very affordable, and that's very, very key. As I said earlier, it's important for us also to view renewables as something non-ideological, non-political, that I have sort of an investor-owned economic bias in my DNA. So everything we do will be economical, and if it's not, we'll let it go. But we think you can have all of that while at the same time benefiting your community. So I'm going to pause again, and you'll hear a bit more from some of our partners, and then I'll talk about one other angle that's very, very important to this dynamic.
We at Summit Power are developing a project in Texas that's a first of its kind, really clean project, a project that relies on coal but doesn't burn coal. Instead, it gasifies the coal. It breaks it down chemically into clean molecules. Nothing is burned until everything dirty about the coal is taken out. And in addition, 90% of the carbon is captured, so that it has very, very low CO2 emissions, the lowest of any plant in the world. And in order to get that plant built and financed, someone has to buy the electric power from it. And CPS Energy stepped up, and they became the first utility anywhere in the world to enter into a contract for low carbon power produced by a commercial scale plant that captures its carbon dioxide. It's a huge event of global significance. CPS Energy did it, they're identified with it, and they will always be recognized as the pioneer. And we're very, very proud to have the chance to work with them on this.
CPS is very important to Concert. We moved here so that we could be close to a major customer. CPS has expertise, purchasing power, and the will to do things that many other utilities do not yet have. It's a capability that allows us to really advance what we're doing in a new way. I think in terms of the innovation here, the primary innovation comes from the partnership between the mayor, the city manager, all the executives at CPS, the university, city leaders, county. I don't know of any place where all of those forces are united in a vision that drives things forward better than here.
They're being really transformational in my mind because they're using their infrastructure, their capabilities, and bringing that and using that to attract new forms of technology. And in our case, we see a path in working with CPS. We see it as a very innovative leadership group under the leadership of Doyle Beneby. We see a path of working with CPS to continuously find cost-effective means of energy generation, and obviously solar should be, in this particular case at the utility scale level, a meaningful way to produce energy.
On January 1st, 2012, Green Star is going to be opening its doors to its new offices and manufacturing facility in San Antonio. We're very, very excited about it. We're ramping up our employment. We have hired a lot of new people, and we're also contributing to education, and we're selling our product worldwide. Our pipeline, our order pipeline is full, and what I see with the new energy economy is opportunities for investment, opportunities for innovation, opportunities to partner and create jobs. But for the first time, I see the community involvement. I see business involved. I see educators involved. I see service providers involved. And I see something that's very rare. And that's why I think that I'm glad to be involved in this transformation. I think San Antonio is poised to be a leader, and I think all the stars are lined up. I think it's going to be fantastic for them.
And one of the ways, again, that this works is, because we're a muni, we can pay a bit of a premium for economic development. So in the investor world, you probably never do this. But as I said, because of a lot of great sort of baseline decisions that were made prior to my arrival, it gives us really a good platform to go out and say that we've got a great place for you to set up shop here, that we want your products, and we're willing to pay a bit of a premium to get them if it brings economic development and education. And we can do that, again, because we've got this sort of foundation of lower traditional source power that's very cheap, and that is becoming cleaner and cleaner. And I would argue that our traditional source is as clean as any company in the United States. So that's been the way we've done this. As the video inferred, I think we also have the broad and deep support of the community. And so we think we're a place that's really moving, and we're actively soliciting other companies to do the same. And we also have on tap in about 6 weeks a big announcement that we put a request for proposal out for 400 megawatts of solar to be built in San Antonio. and CPS will buy the output over 5 years. And it'll be the largest solar project and installation in the United States, well, certainly North America even. Perhaps the biggest or one of the biggest in the world for photovoltaic solar. So we're very, very excited about that. And every company that's bid has agreed to bring at least 800 jobs, invest at least $100 million in capital, and have at least a $40 million per year payroll and contribute to education. So it's a very attractive, dynamic environment. We're very, very, very excited about it, and we know that there are really big things to come. Now, I mentioned some of our other partners, and one partner is ODG, the Opportunities Development Group, and in talking to the principals there, principally Nancy Miller and Jim Woolsey, there's another angle to what we're doing that's really, really exciting, and I think will resonate really here today. San Antonio is regarded as Military City USA. So we have quite a bit of bases there, and we have an ethos in the city that's very, very supportive of our armed forces. And in talking to ODG, one of the angles is that what we're doing by way of proliferating what I call decentralized power sources is very, very interesting and attractive to the military, because this could allow them to have independent, sort of decentralized, renewable, clean generating sources that will allow them to quarantine and isolate themselves from the grid in case there's physical damage or even cyber terror. So it's very, very interesting. We want to be a part of that. We think that might offer more opportunities than what I just showed you. So we're really pursuing that along with our partners at ODG. It's really, really big, really, really exciting, and we think we're really out front. We will have quite a bit of, we'll have a solar manufacturer, we'll have the capabilities to build renewable decentralized power sources. At some point, we think we'll be able to combine those with battery storage or maybe super clean combustion turbine gas technology and really develop a clean, decentralized power source that could have power 24/7 and really sustain a military base for an indefinite period of time while us civilians try to bring the grid back up in case there's any damage. So it's really a good formula, we think, and offers incredible, incredible opportunities. So that's somewhat our story in a nutshell. I have told Dave I'll either answer questions now because I've got a bit more time than our previous speakers, or I'll wait till the end to sit on the panel and answer questions, or both. But we think we have something very, very special in San Antonio, and we hope that we become really viewed as the birthplace and the beachhead for the new energy economy. And we've got one last little closing vignette that's probably about 90 seconds. You'll hear some more from our partners.
Well, I think everyone at Summit thinks this is really amazing. There are lots of municipally owned electric utilities around the United States, and in Seattle, where I live, we're very proud of ours. But nothing really holds a candle to CPS. Just having decided to change the way power supply is provided to the residents and to help the city more in their power supply efforts, and yet not sacrifice any of the traditional values of service or low-cost power. It's really been remarkable to watch. I think it's going to transform the whole publicly owned utility system in the United States, and probably the privately owned utility system as well.
I live 10, 15 years into the future, and what I see is a very, very strong relationship between CPS and Green Star, built on trust and respect and hard work. And I also see Green Star as a corporately global, responsible company, employing hundreds, if not thousands of people, and just doing everything they can to make this a better place to live and to work. And I've also seen teamwork at all levels of the community and the government and education. And I'm just very, very pleased to be part of that transformation. And I really think, as one of my colleagues says, all the stars are lined up, and I think they are for San Antonio. And it's just an exciting time for me and all my colleagues.
Well, I think looking at 10 years from now, we would hope to have accomplished Vision 2020. In that, there's an expressed desire for 771 megawatts of clean energy. We have a deal now that suggests 250 megawatts, and we hope that's just a good start. We would like to go to 500 or more. So we think we can do a lot of those things here. We think that the partnership is broader than that. We can show people that you can work with CPS and you can work with the city of San Antonio and make this a very attractive place to build a new business.
They are being really transformational in my mind because they're using their infrastructure, their capabilities, and bringing that and using that to attract new forms of technology. And in our case, we see a path in working with CPS. We see it as a very innovative leadership group under the leadership of Doyle Beneby. We see a path
Carlos is my
working
agent, by the way.
with CPS to continuously find cost-effective means of energy generation, and obviously solar should be, in this particular case at the utility scale level, a meaningful way to produce energy.
And that concludes our presentation. Thank you. And I'll thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We ask you to write your questions down, and we'll move right into the next portion where we'd like to deal with science and technology innovation. We have two speakers. Dr. Rita Caldwell currently serves as a distinguished professor at the University of Maryland, and she is a former director of the National Science Foundation. She has authored or co-authored 17 books and over 700 publications. Excuse me. Dr. Caldwell produced the award-winning film Invisible Seas, and in 2008 received the National Medal of Science from President Bush. She holds numerous degrees as a member of the National Academy of Sciences and is a Board of Regents member and senior fellow at the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies. Mr. Brian Farron is co-founder and co-chairman of Applied Minds, which provides innovative business concepts for a wide array of firms. He is a former president of R&D and creative technology for Walt Disney, as already has been mentioned. He is a named inventor on approximately 300 current and pending U.S. patents. He has received 3 Academy Awards for technical achievements and provides conceptual design work for a wide variety of clients. He consults on science, advanced technology, and innovation for all areas within defense and the U.S. Senate. Dr. Caldwell, if you would please kick us off. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this fascinating conference. I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's really been very stimulating. Now, I chose not to do my usual presentation with slides and with all kinds of statistics, giving us the sad tale of what's happening in the rest of the world and not in the U.S. Instead, I decided to actually give you a case study, my own case study. Having moved into the field of commerce, I've discovered that really there's 3 cultures. C.P. Snow had told us back in the 50s there were 2 cultures, the culture of science and the culture of arts and humanities. Well, I think there's a 3rd, and that's the culture of commerce. It's really quite different. I'm going to return to that at the end of my presentation with some lessons learned and some recommendations. Let me just start out by saying that I'm a molecular biologist, a microbiologist, I'm a biologist, and we've been really hearing more about physics, chemistry, astronomy, and so forth in this afternoon's presentation. But starting out as a microbiologist, I was very interested in identification of microorganisms, bacteria, viruses, fungi. How do you identify them? What is the phylogeny, the evolution? This was back in the 60s. And in fact, I wrote the first computer program using the IBM 650, which if any of you have been working with computers know that that's now, not mine, but the model is now in the Smithsonian over across the way in the exhibits. I used the computer to identify bacteria by a very tedious approach. That is to code the phonetic data and then to calculate relationships and then to be able to determine identification of organisms. Now, this actually served me well because I became director of the National Science Foundation in 1998. And then 9/11 occurred. I was a microbiologist, and the anthrax episode, October 10th, it really distressed me that it took our nation almost a month, really, to determine what the organism was, to be able to respond. And it occurred to me that it was really time to modernize microbiology. And the concept evolved in my mind that we should be able to use high-speed computers or even laptops and the straight sequence without chips or any kind of probes or whatever. But as the director of NSF, it also occurred to me that if we did not sequence the anthrax bacterium that killed the reporter in Florida, we would not be able to determine the culprit, the perpetrator. So I called Tony Fauci and said, Tony, we've got to sequence that anthrax bacterium. And at the time, there were maybe 5 sequences. Craig Venter had demonstrated in a flamboyant way, as Craig does things, that he could sequence a very tiny bacterium, that is, with a very short DNA composition. That, and then another strain that he sequenced, which was from the deep sea, a methanogenic producing bacterium. And then fortuitously, there had been a partial sequence of the anthrax bacterium and a relative of the anthrax bacterium. That was pretty much it. Tony agreed. He called a meeting, and from the meeting in his office sprung an interagency group, which I ended up chairing, advisory to the FBI and to Department of Justice. It was a meeting that became historic in the sense that we continued to meet as a group almost every week in a skiff. I can talk about it now. It's been released by the FBI. And David Willman has published a book that appeared about a month or 2 ago called American Anthrax. And there's another book published, Amerithrax, which describes the events of the anthrax episode. The important point is that over that period of time, it took about 10 years, really, to put together all of the methodology and to determine the sequence, to track down through the meticulous approach taken by the FBI, to be able to track the bacterium, in fact, to a flask in a laboratory, unfortunately, at Fort Detrick. Now, it's a fascinating story, and just in very brief, it turns out that the flask at Fort Detrick was a test strain. It was used to test vaccines against anthrax, and it was a composite of 100+ liters in separate fermentations that had been brought together, centrifuged, and it turned out that there was a mix of mutations that could not have occurred in a single strain, but had to occur in a mixture of fermentation products. And it was through molecular biology that we were able really to determine the origin. It's a long story and a fascinating one, and as I say, the books have been published. But let me fast forward. It occurred to me that this shouldn't be. We should not have to take a month to determine. If we had been able to identify that anthrax bacterium within 24 hours, we could have provided vaccine, and there would not have been additional deaths. The postal workers in Washington would not have died. It occurred to me that, look, we could do the sequence analysis mathematically. The approach we could take would be to use computers to deduce, just as you determine a message sent by the late, thank heaven, Osama bin Laden. You could deduce the source, and that technique could be used. Well, I presented this while still director and was told it's not going to work. When I completed my term as director of NSF, 2004, I talked with my colleague at Homeland Security, Admiral Cohen, who's in the audience, and he arranged for me to talk to the Homeland Security folks, but they too said that's not going to work. However, Jay understood, having worked with me over the years, and he provided some funding for us to do an analysis of what DNA sequencing could do and what was available at the time and the costing and all the potential for it. And a colleague of mine, the late Robert Porter, Bob Porter, who was actually a founder of GeoSat and had worked at the CIA and had received an award for his service to the CIA. His neighbor was Joel Brenner, who was the deputy director of the National Intelligence. And they, having talked with Bob, he sort of understood that this was something that really had great promise. And so he became the angel, so to speak. And contracts were awarded for continuing the work. But the interesting point was that it was very difficult to get across the idea that was sort of out of the box, really out of the box, that non-biologists could take the sequence of DNA and determine what the organism was. And a mathematician friend at the University of Maryland, Jim York, who won the Japan Prize for chaos theory, had been mulling over this problem as well and had concluded that all you needed was about 15 or 17 base pairs and you could determine what the organism was. Well, we've proven that he's essentially right, but really it takes about 50 or 100 base pairs. And the instrumentation that's available has been improving, and the speed has been, and the cost has been going down. It's even beyond Moore's law. It's faster than Moore's law in terms of the improvement in the technology and the capacity of sequencing. And so we were able then, with the support of a couple of true believers, one in the government and the angel investor, Bob Porter, and his colleagues, to develop further the technique. And fortunately, I can say that just yesterday, an announcement was made that we've partnered Cosmos ID, the company that I formed 5 years ago, with Battelle, and that we will be moving forward in a joint venture for furthering the use of DNA sequencing as an identification tool. So let me share with you lessons learned. As an active scientist, totally unprepared for the culture of commerce, though I had been running a laboratory for 20 years, 30 years, with 40 or 50 graduate students and postdocs, and grants in the neighborhood of $2 or $3 million a year back in the 70s and 80s. That was, as I guess Everett Dirksen would say, that was real money for scientists. But it wasn't the culture of commerce. The need for understanding how to prepare a business plan, I'd never prepared a business plan before, doing market analysis, financial management on a different scale. It reminded me of when I was appointed vice president of the University of Maryland System working with John Toll. I had asked if I could have some time off to at least get some business training, but not Johnny, but the executive vice president said, no, that's unnecessary. Well, it seems to me having some business experience in running a major university, some business experience in running major laboratories would be extremely helpful. Now, I would recommend that this culture of innovation really requires, as Louis Pasteur has said, discovery favors the prepared mind. So that if we were to introduce, and I recommend, and it's probably novel, that in high school, that we should not only spend more time with STEM education, but I think students in high school should get a modicum of understanding of how business operates, of how one markets a product, of how one manages people to produce most effectively. And that, as has been said earlier, understanding that, sure, you make mistakes, but you learn from them, and they project you into the next capability. And so I would say that there's a valley of death that we've all been talking about, you know, from discovery, the light bulb going on, and then being able to implement it in something that could be picked up by venture capitalists. But I would say that there are three stages, just as in life: infancy, adolescence, and then adulthood. And a business is pretty much like that. The infancy is that valley of death, if you can get through it between discovery and actually implementing it. And then that next stage, which is really pretty difficult, to get from, yeah, you've got it implemented, it works, but being able to get that further backing that you need to make that next step so that then the product can be produced and can be improved and miniaturized and provided in a way that it becomes that game-changing, paradigm-shifting contribution to society. So I would say that what I have learned is that in this transition from being a scientist in a laboratory, not exactly in an ivory tower, it's not that easy, but being a scientist working in the arena of circumscribed discovery and innovation, and moving into the wider world of society, of business, I think that we need to think more about how we can prepare our young people so that they are ready without having this learning period to be able to move into the business arena with success. I would also say that it is an interesting path that you follow in that there are key players along the way. The person at the agency who says, I think you've got something there. The person down the road who says, I think this is worth investing in. And then, just as was mentioned earlier, someone in Congress who says, yeah, you've got the right idea. In my case, Senator Ben Cardin and Congressman Steny Hoyer, who said, yeah, that sounds like something important that we really need to pursue. So the path is difficult. It's a very interesting one. But I think that we really don't provide the kind of training, the education that has been spoken about earlier. I would just add the fill-up to that the kind of education that allows our young people to move effectively and successfully in this very, very competitive global economy and this global world that we now find ourselves. And I would just close by saying that I thank you for the opportunity to share this case study, and I'll look forward to some of the questions and answers. Thank you.
High technology presentation system. Thanks. So brace yourselves, because you've heard a lot of thoughtful presentations today so far from people who are both friends and colleagues and role models of mine. This is not going to be one of them. This is me just rambling on about what I think is important and where we are as a nation. I'm limiting a lot of my terms to defense and government and innovation in that sector, because it's too big a topic to address otherwise. And if I had to give you a title for this talk, it's Everything Sucks, but I'm Optimistic. So I just want to talk about that a little, because the US business model is broken if you haven't noticed. Our business model at the moment is borrow money from China, use it to buy oil from the Arabs, and then burn it. And in the whole scheme of things, while I have many Chinese friends and Arabic friends, I'm not sure this is a great model for our country. And I think we need to fix that. We have to get out of being a consumer economy where we basically don't make anything anymore. We make some things, but compared to what we used to, we didn't. And I have a really important reason for this, which, and again, excuse me if those of you in the back can't see this or the charts, but who asked you to sit in the back? That's my daughter, Kira, 2.5 years old. Most important thing in my world, best work to date. And I'm interested in getting this right for her and for those of you who also have kids, because that's our future. And there are big changes going on. And in the department, every so often there are cycles. So the cycle when I first started getting involved with the Department of Defense, it was about requirements. We needed discipline. We needed a well-organized requirements process, the JSID, JROC, et cetera, et cetera. Requirements will fix the problems we have. Rumsfeld got in. It's not about requirements. It's about capabilities. So global search and replace, all the PowerPoint decks, everywhere it says requirements. The word came off and capabilities came in. Same deck presented. We move forward until now where the word is efficiencies. So we take that off, tear the deck in half, and the remaining half we put up and call it about efficiencies. And the problem with this isn't a particularly good solution that will scale. And it's popular to believe that budget crises help sharpen people, and that's when they really innovate. And in my experience, it's exactly the opposite. Budget crises are where the first thing that goes is the funding for innovation. And the second thing that goes are the innovative people, because they say it really sucks around here, so I'm out of here. And this process, by the way, refines mediocrity, especially if you keep doing it, because, for example, in every organization, in every room, there's a bell curve. One of you is here, one of you is here. One of you is the least capable, one is the most capable, least profitable, most capital, biggest budget, smallest budget. It's a bell curve. And what happens when it comes to innovation is you start getting tight with money and laying people off and doing all of that. The worst people here are easy. They're the low-hanging fruit, It's okay that they leave, we move them out, we make it easy for them to go. The best people say, this place is depressing, there's nothing going on here, I'm finding somewhere else. What's left is the middle. And so that becomes the new bell curve, and then you do the same thing again and you keep doing it, and eventually all that's left is the middle. And I would propose to you, if this country is going to have a future, we need to get out of the middle and then stop, in fact, doing things and having policies that create middle. And by the way, I'm just going to echo things that other people said today because it's really good. So part of the problem here is how do you move forward? Now, interestingly enough, we saw some of our best and brightest and bravest warfighters accomplish, UBL, the takedown and such, really remarkable, heroic, and with billions of dollars of cumulative investment in all sorts of technologies like GPS, stealth, and so on and so forth, we were able to go through billions of dollars of investment in air defense, accomplish this mission, and get out without dying, us dying. And doing it in such a way that is a capability no other nation on earth has. Very innovative, collection of many innovative things all working together, plus very smart, talented, dedicated, loyal, and patriotic people. Powerful combination. But I've got some news for you, because this talk is about good news and bad news. The bad news is a technology has been released, which is effective, affordable, scalable, all the things that you do, counter-stealth, and defeats it. And in fact, it was in use on that day. It's just the people who owned the F-16s weren't tied into it, and it's called Twitter. Because as it was happening, there was a guy sitting there saying, gee, something going on here, big helicopter, funny noise, I wonder if something's happening, am I doing this, and all of that. Because the best thing we've got going for counter-stealth as an idea is all of you. And do you know how many cell phones there are in the world at the moment? Anyone know? It's about 4 billion, between 4.5 billion, about 1.5 billion smartphones going nuts. You know, that curve you're used to seeing is doing that. And the best counter-stealth technology we have, the best sensing technology, the best of about 30 different categories are you. And we put you together in social networks, and you can fly very low and quiet and get under radar, but someone's going to watch you flying in. And they're going to tell their friends, and they're going to tell other people, and that's the world we're living in. So on one level, you have billions of dollars investment here. Other billions never for this have the ability to counter it. That's what innovation is about. It's a game of one thing happens, another thing happens. Generally speaking, your competitor never comes from the same business you're in. So, you know, Encyclopedia Britannica wasn't worried about Wikipedia as an idea. They were worried about Encyclopedia Americana. They were worried about the other people in their businesses. There were people in smoke-filled rooms in the publishing business, newspaper publishing business, saying, you know, who the hell is Craig and who gives a blank about his list? You know, and the problem is what Craig's list did is eliminate the only profitable thing that anchored their entire business, which is why they're in trouble at the moment. Your competition is seldom your peer competitors, ever. It's always people who come from different areas, coupled to phenomenology, often social phenomenology, that makes things happen. Now, we largely call this the computer revolution. And if you're going to talk about the computer revolution, you get another curve that looks like this. And by the way, the reason I like to draw for you is because PowerPoint is evil. And in fact, if you want to gain efficiencies in the Department of Defense, ban PowerPoint. Everyone will be wandering around the halls aimless for about 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden people will start to talk to each other, remember how to express ideas in a compelling manner, and efficiency will triple, and you'll gain the efficiencies you're seeking by other means. So there's a curve that looks like this, okay? This is about the computer revolution. And we don't know if it's logarithmic, exponential, you know, geometric. It's something like that. But it's, you know, all hell's breaking loose is what's happening. And the only thing you can be sure of is no matter what your responsibility, you weren't responsible for this. It happened somewhere out in left field. You have no idea why, but you're having to deal with it. So there's another curve which goes along with it, which looks like this. The trouble in River City curve, this is your direct area of responsibility. And so this is how much data and bits are going to each human being. This is your ability to deliver it to the battle space. This is the amount that sensor systems are able to collect. This is the amount that we're able to process. And in any group, you know, you're talking about something like linguists. The question says, well, look, we have all these wonderful accesses and so on and so forth. The world is changing. Everything is great. How many people do we have that speak this dialect? The answer is always 8. Doesn't matter what the dialect of the question, it's always 8. And so this problem of something totally out of control, like Craigslist or any of these other things, versus something else, Wikipedia, and all these people running and making the thing better and better. Meanwhile, you're hiring new people to write and all of that. And this is your audience. This is the rest of the audience. And then the speaker gets up in a room like this and says, and we are here. Now, these are uncalibrated curves. This is time. This is something important. And the sense is, though, when these two curves cross, it's not a good place to be. Kilowatt hours delivered, we can put it in any one of your businesses and so forth. And then what happens is a fairly senior person, the gray beards in the room, get up and say, the guy's an alarmist. We're really over here. You know, great comfort, Titanic. We actually have 2 more miles to go, so, you know, let's not worry about it. And then some young kid back in the corner who got into the room, and we don't even know why they were allowed into the room, said, no, we're actually here, but we're such dinosaurs we didn't even notice that we're past the point of no return, and et cetera. Does this look familiar to any of you? It's being briefed in every room in this town pretty much weekly. It's the amount of jobs we have to do in intelligence. It's the resource and funding available. It's the number of arenas in the theater we have to work in, and it's the number of troops we have. This is the curve, and it's all over. Now, this curve, when it becomes the computer revolution, is something quite interesting because, and this is an observation I got from a friend and colleague, Alan Kay, who you may or may not know, but if you're involved in computer science, he invented the idea of the personal computer, the Dynabook at Xerox PARC, invented overlapping Windows interfaces, which if you use a Mac or Windows machine, all have the same interface, and invented object-oriented programming, which was, you know, his was Smalltalk, forerunner of Java, the things you're using now. So Alan has a pretty good record in these areas, and the famous Alan Kay quote is, the best way to predict the future is to invent it. But and he teaches a class, which I have the privilege of occasionally guest lecturing in, called The Computer Revolution Hasn't Happened Yet, which means for the social changes that are ahead based on innovation, whether they have to do with Twitter in either its application to dating or its application to counter-stealth, or whether it has to do with delivered bandwidth into the home or any bunch of other things, the changes that really impact society in the way it's done, the revolution hasn't begun yet. We're all dealing with primitive stuff and all the chaos you see happening in the world. And whether you attach labels like asymmetrical warfare, other things to it, all the chaos is happening before the computer revolution has actually gotten started. And it's important to remember that, because you think it's been a wild ride or challenging now, I would suggest you fasten your seatbelts, because when it does happen, it's going to fundamentally change the way we look at just about everything. And when it comes to innovation, there's another curve that I think you should be worried about if you work in the government sector, and it's exactly the same curve. The nice thing about this is it's a universal curve. I can use this slide for everything, which is why this is actually pretty good technology to do it. And this is the curve. This is the innovation that's going on and changing the world. And this is government innovation. Okay? Why is that? Now, government, you know, and this sort of thing, huge ideas. Let's put a man on the moon by the end of the decade. This country, let's go back. The Bill of Rights. That was one hell of a concept. Still running strong after a few hundred years. How many things have you thought of that you think in 200 years will be better than they were today? Anchor and foundation, Constitution, these were big, compelling ideas. And, you know, it didn't stop there. I mean, when I first started learning about defense, there was an Army general, General Sullivan, who I believe came up with the term own the night. The idea that I want to be able to fight as well or better at night than I can in the daytime. Revolutionized warfare when you coupled it with night vision, all sorts of other things. GPS. GPS has fundamentally altered the way the world works in such a way that the Navy, who lost control of it early on because it went to the Air Force, who didn't want it, who now doesn't want anyone to do anything with it, and if they turned it off, lives would be lost and they couldn't do it. So the Air Force has actually lost control of the GPS. And if you want real validation of why it's so important, that's why the Europeans are building Galileo. That's why the Chinese are building their own constellations, because they've realized it's so vital to what modern life is. And whether it's synchronizing power grids or the phone system, or whether it's how we communicate, or whether it's how we use precision-guided munitions, or how you drive your car. What's going to save lives is cars that drive themselves. So you get onto the freeway, highway, we take control away from you, the car drives itself, we can do it a lot better. The 50,000 odd people that die every year in a car will be a lot lower with the system failures, crashes, you should use the expression, and other stuff you'd experience in that system than by people, and you'd recapture connectivity. You would save 30% of the fuel of moving people around. There would be no overcrowding on the highways because at 60 or 100 miles per hour, 10 feet between cars, you can actually get quite a few more cars on it. All of that happens now because of GPS. The people years ago, smart folks trying to make this happen, dead end. You'll never make it happen because you have to put wires and control systems in all the highways. It doesn't scale. It's unaffordable. All of a sudden, totally different purpose, set of purposes, a system arrives that does it. These network effects, as they're happening, are why these curves do this and why they do it suddenly, because, again, one builds on another, which builds on another, which builds on another, and then all hell breaks loose. But what also happens is traditional businesses and traditional ways of doing business can collapse at the same rate these things are coming up. And so the question is, in all of this, what do you do about this? And what do you do about the fact that now, when you look at innovation, you hear Twitter, you hear Google, you hear Apple Computer, you hear a whole bunch about American innovation that's really changing the world, but it isn't, you know, modeling and simulation was invented by the Department of Defense, DARPA, and the other folks. It was perfected by Hollywood. And now the government goes to Hollywood to get the software that runs the modeling and sim. There are endless examples like this. The internet, computers, all of that, all started there. And is the pipeline being fed at the rate to keep the innovation moving? And the answer is no. For those of you that are paying attention, the quote-unquote next big idea is coming out of government and migrating in the way into industry. It's completely reversed itself and it's heading in the other direction, which doesn't mean there aren't smart, dedicated people working for the government and doing all sorts of exciting things. Because again, even if their rate remains constant with the rest of the world doing this, it's that same notion of asymmetry. You don't have to slow down to be passed by other people. They just speed up. And that's the phenomenology we're seeing. And one would argue that the future of our nation and the industrial base that supports the defense of our nation needs to get back to some innovative model. So what do you do? And what do you do to make things happen in such a way that this country has a scalable future of innovation to build its future upon? Because again, the business model I pointed out at the beginning of the talk is not a scalable model for the future. For nobody, incidentally. It's not a scalable future for us. It's not a scalable for any future for anyone else in the world. So the question is, what happens? And there's a common fiction that the problem is lack of innovation. It isn't. Innovation is all over the place. Brilliant ideas are a dime a dozen. The hard part is to get from the idea to executing it, okay? So it's not a matter of there is a lack of a font of creativity or smart, talented young people who are inspired by people who do things. The problem is, how do you get it from there to reality? And the dirty little secret of this country is we suck at tech transfer these days. And the same thing, keep in mind, we did Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, and we're halfway through Skylab in 8.5 years from a cold start with no industrial base that was put together to be able to do it. We can't get a proposal out on the street. It bid and awarded often in 8 years for space systems and such now. So what happened? Well, one thing is risk adversity, and that's another thing which happens with budget. If you become highly risk adverse and you build a system around it, which was the foundation and the thinking behind things like requirements, is how do you drive risk down and do it? Well, the problem is you drive out innovation. And you preclude the possibility, I would argue, of many of the things that we need actually happening. And it's not because we don't have talented people. It's not because we're not making more of them. It's because we have broken the process by which that talent gets coupled into the technology base, which then serves the needs of our country. And those needs of the country are both the meta-economics necessary to make us a viable world competitor for the future, 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, 500 years from now. You know, you do have to take a long view at this. It would be nice that we stop thinking about our long-term 20-year plan, which no one believes in this country anyway. You believe the next few quarters, you then use spreadsheets to take you to 5 years, and you don't even talk about it beyond 5 years because there's no audience to listen to you. How about a 250-year plan? What's the 1,000-year plan for the United States? Where do we want to be? Do we plan to be around? Do we plan to have a planet? Or is it because we're old, it's someone else's problem? I would argue we have to do some of that type of thinking. And in order to understand that, you have to realize that there are two kinds of people in the world. People who believe there are two kinds of people in the world and people who don't. That's the first problem, is that we've got a whole bunch of people who basically look at all this and say, well, black and white, we can just make a decision, go, we're ready and we're done, simple. Well, the problem is, as a country, we have a short attention span and like easy answers to complex problems, but there's some evidence to believe that complex problems actually require complex solutions, and you're not going to get those with quick, easy, soundbite sorts of answers. Then there's the other type of person on this continuum who thinks, I can't make a decision on anything because it's all shades of gray, it's impossible to evaluate, so we should just study it and then report back in 18 months. The problem is, time has passed for this. We're out of time, folks. There are a whole bunch of issues which are facing us, which are real and immediate issues. And understanding the two kinds of people that are necessary to achieve this, I think, is fundamental. And these people build organizations in their own image. Why? Because we hire and promote the people we like, and we make it uncomfortable or get rid of the people we don't like, so organizations become largely monolithic in their face and way of thinking. And for the same reason that very big companies are superb at marketing, at advertising, on manufacturing, at quality. They're usually very bad at innovation because it's extremely difficult to do that. There are some exceptions, but by and large, you look at the maturity rates of companies as they become more mature, capture bigger and bigger market share, their ability to innovate, because frankly, their need to innovate goes down. They're able to get a good run for a while without doing that, and if you do it long enough from disuse, you forget how to do it, and in fact, you build a culture which reinforces the culture and the trajectory you're in. So the two kinds of people that are relevant to this discussion are requirements people. That's the first type. And in a requirements organization, it's pretty simple. You want innovation, you start by putting together terms of reference, getting a team, and empowering them. Have no idea what empowering is, but I guess it means, say, go do this. So you take this piece of paper, because it's always written down in requirements organizations, and you put together the team of the best and the brightest you have. IPTs, every year there's a new popular name, you know, people from all over the community, the people who are going to be the users, things, put them together. Agree on terms of reference, agree how you're going to be measured, because it's believed in requirements organizations, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it, et cetera. Due diligence, go see what our competitors are doing, here, there, everywhere else. Talk to the customer. You're often accused of not talking to the customer, so get out there in the field, talk to the customer, and put it together. You gather this all together, you come up with a preliminary requirements document in PowerPoint. This document is delivered to senior leadership and rejected at something exceeding the speed of light. So you think tachyons is the hot action here. The rate at which a proposal is rejected after having been vetted with the customer and all of that exceeds the speed of light. What in fact happens is the response is, this is too expensive and it's going to take too long. Go back. This begins a process called value engineering. It means go back to the customers, tell them they can't have what they want, what can they live with. You do this, keep going, requirements are going down, cost is going up, because time is your enemy in innovation, so the longer you spend the time thinking about it, the more expensive it becomes. Requirements creep turns into requirements gallop. Everybody is piling on the new things that you need at the end of it, and it goes on and on and on and on. And at a certain point, after you've done this, where the last two people left on the IPT are spending their time thinking about the tallest building owned by the enterprise to throw themselves from in protest because their project, which is so critically important, whether it's GPS or any of these things, is not going to happen. And they all, Rita's example, they all have a history of this, of, you know, forget it, we're not going to do this. It gets approved. Now, nobody actually knows in a requirements organization how anything gets approved, because the algorithm is nobody can approve anything. The senior leader of the organization says, do this, my highest priority. It's taken by a suggestion, and we reevaluate the cost of doing it versus waiting them out. Then what happens? So how does it happen? Well, and by the way, the negatives, the security guard doesn't like your looks at the front of the building. You're not even getting into the building to have the conversation. So the reality is anyone can say no, nobody can say yes. So how does it get approved? Someone forgot to disapprove it. You know, the door slams shut, it blows from the in basket to the out basket. No one knows. Nobody has actually witnessed in my research the moment by which in a requirements organization something is approved, but it happens. And then the machine happens, you toss this over to the transom to another group whose job is to build it. They look at it, say, we tried this before, it doesn't work. Why didn't you consult us? This is useless. We know it won't work. You respond, you were part of the team that put it together, so what's the problem? They say, well, we never put our good people on the IPTs because they've got real work to do, so, you know, I guess we'll build it anyway. They build it, they toss it over another transom to the user. The user says, what the hell is this? This doesn't resemble anything we've ever asked for, looked at, or done anything like that. There is no requirement for it. We have no need for it. They put it to use. One of a couple of things happens. It's a predator, in which case it's a great success, and we all bask in the reflected glory of a well-executed requirement process, whether there was one or not. Or it's a disaster of which this town is pockmarked with, and that starts the final step in the requirements process, which is lessons learned. Now, learnings is a fashionable term, which basically is the search for the guilty party. Find the people who were responsible for this innovation and make sure they never innovate anywhere in this town again. Does this sound familiar to any of you? Okay, but I've got news for you. There's another process that has nothing to do with this, which is alive and well, but not in this town. And it's called the big idea process by big idea people. And it's a very different process for innovation because, one, they don't believe in teams. They believe in stars and assistants. So, you know, movie industry is a good example of that. You hire Steven Spielberg to do a movie for you. you know, you have no choice. You're paying for Spielberg to direct the movie, and it's a Spielberg movie. Now, he'll hire an Academy Award-winning director of photography who does beautiful work, an artist in their own right, has a team who all works as hard as they possibly can. You hire a composer, musicians, other people, they all do their work, but the final judgment is by the guy or gal who's in charge of the deal. That's their job. And continuous improvement rather than requirements. Every time I see it, I want to change it. I reserve the right to change it. It can be changed as it's going out the door. The only thing matters is when it opens in the theater, is it a hit, is it not? And the entertainment industry is that kind of business. The theme park business, the business that I was in. You spend $4.5 billion building a theme park and do it on time and under budget, and everybody goes there and hates it. You don't have a particularly good business model. Same thing with movies. You're going to spend $100, $200 million on doing a movie. When it hits the theater, you're going to know the first weekend, is this going to be a hit or is it going to be a dog? And it goes from there and it all stops. And there's no foundation to build on. You've no captured, recovered value. It's a hit-driven business. Apple Computer Corp. Look at Apple. Do you think Apple works by consensus? Do you think if you went to the customer, went to the BlackBerry users, which of you in the room are still BlackBerry users? Yes, there's a course that you can take which will help you heal, Jim, for this thing. But if you asked a BlackBerry user, what would you do to revolutionize this phone and start the smartphone revolution, how many of them do you think would say, take away all the buttons? Okay? And in fact, one of the biggest things that people objected to when the iPhone came around were the lack of buttons. But why is it important? Because people miss the whole point of Apple's business model, which had nothing to do with the iPhone or the iPod or the iPad. It had to do with understanding what's valuable to people, what they are emotionally connected to, and getting into that value chain, but not just to suck value out, but to contribute a better experience. And so the music business thought Apple, when the iPod came around, was going to put them out of business. Turned out, accidentally, it actually saved them. And so there is actually a music business now because of it, but they sure didn't believe that when it happened. What happened? Do you remember who dominated that business? The little company you may have heard of called Sony that had 85% of the portable music player business and now has an unmeasurable quantity of it, and Apple has 85% of the portable music business. Well, what happened so that a company that knows nothing about the music business came in and did that? Because my recently deceased friend brought the heads of the studios into a virtual room and said, boys and girls, you have a problem. Kids growing up don't think that sharing music is stealing. There will be no more rich rock stars, sorry, Skunk, and as a result of that, there will be no more rich music executives, which certainly got their attention as a comment. And he said, I got news for you. I'm going to cut up your precious artistic albums, sell it one song at a time, 99 cents. I'm going to give you a substantial cut of the whole thing. No risk to you. I'm paying for everything, marketing, promoting it. Doesn't look like you have a lot of downside. What do you think? They said, great idea, Bill. Let's see how it goes. None of them believed it worked. None of them thought it was an idea. They insisted on putting out music with degraded quality because of a whole bunch of other things. This all went away. Over an astonishingly short period of time, this revolutionized the world. All of a sudden, they became the lead player in both the music business and in the consumer products and to put the thing together. But the important thing that you understand is the player, which is often a fashion accessory, is simply the human interface, which is beautifully designed, intuitive, easy to use, and great, but it's about the iTunes store. The iTunes store is what made it happen. And then when they decided to move into the phone business, they're not in the phone business. They're expanding the narrowband music experience into wideband human, social, and multimedia-enabled experiences. If you want that, you have to have a big screen. You can't waste real estate on buttons. You need it to be a software-definable device so that inventions you haven't thought of can be supported on it. You put it together. The single most important thing is they created a market because they only knew of the 800,000 apps that are currently available on this device, which incidentally, it's the same deal as with the record studios. You do an app, you want to sell it for nothing, we'll put it up on the phone for nothing, we'll market it for you and do all of that. Otherwise, you take a cut, we'll take a cut, everybody's happy. It put together billions of dollars of other people's investments, all making Apple's platform better. There was no concept of most of the apps that exist on the phone now. The only apps they came out with was a browser app, modifying one of their own, a thing to make it a phone, because an iPhone doesn't know it's a phone until you put software in it to tell it, pretend you're a phone, and do all of this other stuff. And it was revolutionary. And the iPad, I heard someone talk earlier today that the iPad, is sort of dominant in the tablet computer business. No, it isn't. It is the tablet computer business. There is no tablet computer business. There is the iPad business and a few other people. They have 80%, 80% of the market, and most people who buy the others bring them back. Dirty little secret which isn't talked about much except in consumer electronic circles. So they dominated. Why? Because you like this? Well, why don't I read a book now? Why don't I do other things? So all of the other activities that were basically how do I make electronics books happen, all of a sudden turned upside down because this platform that's just designed to do things better for you and use other people's money, you will get it. You'll buy Angry Birds again in the higher resolution version because even though you like it on this, you want it there. And statistically, 37% of you in this room are buying Angry Birds for a reason I still don't understand. What's the point? This country and its greatness, which I deeply believe in, was based upon big ideas. It always has been since day one. We have forgotten about that, and we think that somehow or other organized process is a replacement for it. Well, I got news for you. It isn't a replacement for it. I've got other news for you. A little dirty secret, a big idea has never come out of requirements process. I've said this at 100 talks. I've never had anyone disagree with me or give me an example of a big idea that came from a requirements process. And you say, well, what about GPS? GPS was a Navy project because we were developing subs with intercontinental ballistic missiles that had great CEPs. Someone figured it would be a good idea to know where it is when you shot the thing off. So, okay, we need a solution for this. Timing then became a thing. It all happened, moved and moved and moved. And people say, well, nobody envisioned what this is. The four founders and other things have a lot. So people say no one envisioned what the internet is. Of course they did. Why do you think you have a scalable architecture and a machine that has never broken? They exactly envisioned what this thing had to be a scalable solution to the problem set of enabling the planet to communicate. Now, did they imagine Craigslist and Google and a bunch of other things like that? Most not, but that's not what it's about any more than when you create the platform that creates the market to drive innovation and invent the entire smartphone business, which didn't exist before this device, and has happened at that sort of rate. Look at the rate of adaptation. It happens because it becomes autocatalytic, and the best and the brightest are attracted to this environment and develop there. The problem is, the best and the brightest are going to the environment to go drive that. They're not going into the defense community to drive and satisfy the defense needs of the country. Now, we can piggyback on this, and in every office there is. Everybody's saying, well, now I need wireless mobility and connectivity. That conversation didn't happen before this and the iPad went out there and convinced the world that this is what we need. Because again, there has never been an example where asking the customer will get you the solution to the innovation. It doesn't exist. That's why you bet on people who you can call them visionaries, artists, whatever you want, whose job it is to actually anticipate a future, and they put that future out, and 1 out of every 10 or 100 of those futures turns out to be right, and it's the one which takes off and revolutionizes, or they go bankrupt and try another, as again, much smarter people than I have talked about earlier today. So what's the problem here? The problem is, very simply, we need to do this, and we need to get back to our roots of big idea thinking. I would argue we have to have a requirements process to execute it because we built an entire system in our own image that does that. You're not going to change that in our lifetimes. So if you want a quick solution, what you have to do is have a system, generates big ideas, then turns them into a requirement for execution. So what's the problem? Get some of these big idea people, get some of these requirements people, lock them into a room, only slide flat food under the door, don't let them out, pizza, don't let them out until they have a big idea that we can execute. The problem is these people hate each other. And requirements people think big idea people dress funny, are undisciplined, and are generally destructive to the functioning of a well-run organization. And incidentally, they are, by that definition. Suffice to say that big idea people think requirements people drain the life force out of the room by simply showing up. They don't have to say a word, just show up. It precludes the possibility of an innovative idea. Well, folks, I would argue that it is our future to recapture the ability to do this. We have done this when the country is in jeopardy. At times of war and stress and crisis, these people all come together, they tolerate each other, and they do it. And I would argue we need to do this not just at time of crisis, which is short-term, it just blew up crisis. But long-term, we're heading into the toilet crisis, which is the kind of crisis we're in now. So if we're going to recapture the innovation, reignite the industrial buzz necessary to do this, we have to acknowledge we're in enough of a crisis that for the foreseeable future, we're going to have to take those talents and look together. The reason STEM makes me crazy is because one of the unique American competencies has always been creative combinations of art and design with science and technology. And you look at the industries that we are still dominant and competitive in the world in, such as the iPhone and everything that goes with it, and such as the motion picture industry and special effects business, and such as the video game business, which is 4 times or so the size of the motion picture business. These take that unique American ability to innovate around combining art and design with technology engineering. So it had better be STEM-ad or STEAM-ad, I guess, or something like that, because this idea that we just need a bunch of people who are great in science and technology and math, well, there are a whole bunch of those in countries we're still effectively competing with, and one of the reasons we are is they don't have that. And it's what really hurts them in innovation. And they may very well learn to get it, and they may very well learn to invent a culture like the country we invented here by having the best and the brightest talent in the entire world come to the United States to be part of that experiment until recently, as per Jim's point, we let them be part of that experiment, get them excited, won't let them stay here, so they go home and extend the experiment there. You do that enough, they're going to figure it out, because people all over the world are very smart. So what's the point here, if there is a point here? I am optimistic because this thing called the internet, the computer revolution, is going to solve education. Why? Because education, the core competency of education, is storytelling. The core competency of political leadership is storytelling. The core competency of military leadership is storytelling. It's not just having the idea, but the tech transfer in leadership is how you take those big ideas and tell a story in a way that will cause other people to synchronize around you and move forward to greatness and accomplish things you never thought you'd be able to do on your own. That's the essence of leadership. It's the essence of innovation. It's the essence of education. The reason I think that peace in the world becomes possible, the reason I think there's a bright future for America, the reason I think there's a bright future for my daughter is this gift of the internet with all of the technologies such as wireless and GPS and 20 others I could list for you come together to cause this nonlinear growth. And that nonlinear growth you can either think of as being our enemy. It's defeat stealth. It does this. It does a bunch of other things. Or the greatest gift anyone could have received, the Promethean fire that we have caused to happen through innovation. We're going through a succo period at the moment. That's the technical term used in this field. And I would argue we will emerge for it if we very quickly realign our national priorities to realize we are in trouble. And the way out of the trouble is to trade on the strengths that took this astonishing experiment called the United States of America and brought us to the position that we are now. It's about embracing our strengths of innovation. It's about embracing the diversity that causes people to come from all over to be part of this. And it's about creating an environment that allows big idea people and requirements people, execution people to all work together cooperatively to a common goal. Whether the common goal is the defense of our nation, whether the common goal is the future of our children, doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. Fundamental enabling technology, the internet, you haven't begun to see everything yet. You think the iPad, these things were impressive? Just wait, I give reading and writing tops 250 years. It's gone. We will not read and will not write. It will be replaced by different technology, the seeds of which are being developed by some of the smart kids sitting in the room and watching now. I've talked too long. I think this country is too important, too amazing, and too many people have lost their lives making this experiment work for us to simply shrug our shoulders and say, well, it's inevitable that we just drop in the world and do all of that. I think technical term for that is bullshit. And I think we need to get back to a fundamental platform of believing in ourselves, believing in our kids, and taking what is unique about us and using it to leverage our position in the future, and by extension, make the entire world a better place for all of us and all of our kids. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Lee. We are right here in the program, so take 15 and feed your questions. John's over there.
Corey's right there, and I'll take him up front if you got him. We'll come back, we'll run our panel. Thank you. Sir, thank you very much.
Vous êtes formidable. Sans vous, je suis rien. Avec vous, je suis tout.
Sanjay Mishra, Brodo Roy, Bill Kratz, and John Ganorski.
I just bought an iPhone, where I used to carry around a 4-volume set of prayers. It's all right there. It is, absolutely. It's absolutely. I'm not a Luddite, but.
Ladies and gentlemen, as described earlier, the ground rules for this is General Gray has the questions that have been submitted thus far. We will still take written questions throughout and feed them up to General Gray. Lori Kenny is on the side. She'll take it from that side. John Vogel should be on this side. Right there, he's making his way. There are guards still in the back if you need them.
I think we ought to have some new questions. I don't understand any of these. Social Darwinism, survival of the fittest, the Chinese government. First, before we start with with our distinguished panel answering questions, I've asked Mr. Charlie Hertzfield, the former head of the DARPA, of the Defense Research Agency, if he'd make some comments, and he's agreed, of course, to join our panel. And so, Charlie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear? Okay. Thanks very much for inviting me. It's an honor, a pleasure, and a duty all wrapped up in one. I'm at a phase of life when I'm looking back and ask what worked and what didn't, and why. And that becomes more and more interesting. And I know also that new ideas are needed, and we heard a lot about that from a number of the speakers. There's plenty of innovation, and I agree very much with what has been said before. It's all around us. The problem, the really interesting challenge is not to think of new things, though that's hard enough, and the challenge of have good ideas, but the challenge, what do you do with them? If you have a good idea, what do you need to do to give the idea a chance? And I think that's something that we all owe to our intellectual children, that we treat them with some respect. So through my life, I've been involved in very creative and innovative environments, and I'm trying to distill what worked, what didn't. And much of the talk about innovation, I think, is facile, shallow, naive, short-sighted, ineffective, kind of trivial. Otherwise, it's fine. So I'm trying to put together some thoughts on effective innovation, and you've seen this through the theme of the conference. Now, why belabor that point? Because, as Brand pointed out to us, we're in a serious moment in our lives, whether we realize it or not, and we've got to get our act together, and we've got to continue the exceptional performance of this country by whatever means we invent, and be serious that we need to invent some. The first thing always, I think, is we need an idea or a cluster of related ideas. They often come in sets together as a bunch, and you unravel the cluster as you think about it and try and work it. There's a quality of idea that you have the feeling its time has come. And some of us in the early days of the ARPANET and Internet had that this thing was needed and its time had come. Now, an entrepreneur or a group of entrepreneurs is needed to make the step to make it real, to finance and guide the process. And these folks bring a unique interest to the game that other people simply don't usually bring to it. There's expertise about the markets that are needed. Often you can generate the market if you're very good at it. Clearly, the market for the internet was generated, but I don't think there was a large number of people sitting in back rooms pondering how can we generate that market. the thing started and it took fire. For reasons that are not altogether clear yet, and good histories of this need to be written. But it is a marketing issue, not a selling problem. That's a different proposition, but a marketing proposition. It has to do with product strategy and who do you go to reach the market. Leaders are needed to making all work together. The integration of these efforts is a much neglected art, and I think an art it is. It's not a science, regardless of what schools of business preach. Doing any of these things is an art. The doing of science is an art, and arts are best learned from masters in doing the art and not textbooks. Business managers are needed when groups get large. They really are. There are skills there that are needed that a group of inventors often lack, and if they don't make up for that, they will fail. Quality of people are essential, and without quality people, nothing much happens. These are all necessary for success, but they're not sufficient. You must have all of them in some measure to succeed, but having all does not guarantee success. Most attempts at effective innovation fail. Even when you do all the right things, it won't work somehow, and that is usually a lack of understanding what you're trying to do. And home runs are extremely rare. We heard about some in the many interesting talks today. And boy, they're fun, let me tell you, but they're rare. And most important is luck. Luck is a real factor, and sometimes it doesn't play your way. It works some other way, and then you better go and try something else. By the way, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. That's an old saw, but true. And most important of all, I think, Jeff's speech reminded me, at least, it's got to be fun. If what we're doing isn't fun, we're doing it wrong. Because this is the most marvelous game in the world that man has ever invented. And it ought to be huge, engrossing fun. And if you're not having fun, it's not working. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Charlie. All right, we have to get started here. I got a whole bunch of questions. I don't think we can get through all of them, but I'll try. The first one here, the first one I didn't understand. The phrase "survival of the fittest" never appears in the first edition, 1859, of The Origin of the Species. This phrase came into vogue in 1864, coined by Herbert Spencer. So obviously we have a Darwin expert in the audience. And at any rate, unfortunately, and it came, with social Darwinism, and unfortunately, survival of the fittest relies on competition versus adaptation. Darwin's breakthrough idea closed parent in a similar way. Innovation often succumbs to the competitive survival of the fittest forces instead of natural selection by adaptation. How can we better nurture the latter? I'm sorry that my knowledge of Darwin sort of starts and stops at that island down off of the northern part of South America where they looked at birds, and I couldn't get past that part. But who wants to take a crack at that? Don't all volunteer, Rita. Dr. Caldwell, go right ahead.
I'll take a crack at it because one of the points I neglected to make is how important partnerships are. Just yesterday, we announced that the Cosmos ID, the company I spoke about, is partnering with Battelle, which is the host of the meeting. Partnerships, I think, are really critical, and the selection process that we undergo in bringing our ideas to fruition do depend, as was pointed out, not only on all the factors, including luck, but it also depends on being able to select the partners, as Brent Farron pointed out in his discussion, to bring things to, I think, a fulfillment. And so that may be not the direct answer to the question, which is a rather fustian and complicated question, but at least it's a point that I did want to make.
Thank you, Dr. Cole. Anyone else? Yeah, I would say, too, that one other thing, I think that you're right on, really, in using the word adaptation and adaptive, and that, to me, is absolutely essential as we go forward in the future. We've got to develop an adaptive type of culture that can get on with it and get on with it quickly. Next question, should we have a grand strategy on innovation as a nation? And if we do, what should it be? Well, of course, Brian.
Right.
I knew you'd have a comment on that.
I think we should have a grand strategy not to kill innovation. So I don't think we actually have to have a strategy that says, here's how you go be innovative and here's how we're going to do it. I think we have to be conscious of the fact that there are all sorts of impediments that are created to it, such as the one Jim talked about, which is, students come here and get educated and can't stay. And so I would say just removing the negatives would be all that's necessary to help the indigenous creativity and innovation that's here flourish. I don't think that this is a matter of national policy to make innovation. I don't think that's possible.
Al?
Jim?
I think it's hard to have a national strategy for innovation generally. I agree with Brand. But if you take a very important part of our lives, let's say transportation, which everything depends on, everything has to move in one way or another, and realize that 97% of it is petroleum in the United States and about 95% all over the world. And just looking at the economics and the national security implications of that, we borrow on a year in which oil is relatively low priced these days, $70, $80 a barrel, we borrow approximately $1 billion a day to import oil. And when it's up where it was in 2008, we borrow $2 billion a day to import oil. And as was said, we burn it and pay for it from the Saudis and then borrow the money from China. It is as fundamentally stupid a system as any country has ever had with respect to a major part of national strategy. If you, for example, I'll give just one example of something that could be done. It takes very little innovation at this point. Alcohol fuels work. Henry Ford wanted to drive everything on alcohol fuels. One interesting alcohol fuel that we haven't used much in recent years is methanol, wood alcohol, made in the United States from natural gas. Read us an article in the National Review says, in order to convert any recent American car to be a flex fuel vehicle and drive on either gasoline, methanol, or ethanol, the cost is a 41-cent O-ring and some reprogramming of the car's computer. So for lack of paying, General Motors says it's $70, so it's somewhere between $70 and 41 cents. By failing to do a very modest amount of challenging thinking and making it possible for Americans to do what Brazilians can do, pull into a filling station and buy either, in their case, ethanol or gasoline. For us, it would be methanol, ethanol, or gasoline. By refusing to do that, we cost ourselves $1 billion a day in a good year and $2 billion a day in a bad year. Think what a surge it would be to the availability of funds for defense, to the availability of funds for the poor, to the availability of funds for all sorts of reasons, if we could add approximately $365 billion a year, or somewhere closer to $700 billion, to our economy, because we don't need to go outside the United States to make wood alcohol. There's a strategic problem. There's a solution that could be dealt with by a modest amount of innovation, and it creates a strategic situation which is devastating for this country. The government could have a plan for strategic innovation with respect to transportation, maybe concerning, including some of these elements I mentioned, maybe others, but it's very hard to have a strategic plan to innovate about everything.
Yeah. Charlie. Add to this, I think more narrowly, a strategy for innovation for the Defense Department would be both feasible and useful. And I think we would have to follow Brand's model rather than what we have now, which has atrophied and was never quite as good as people pretend it was. It was good enough, but it was a lumbering thing and the efficiency was low. This is not the conference to have full ideas about this. This is probably a good idea for another bold idea conference. But surely we can do better than we are doing now, where we are betting our national influence for the next 30 years on one airplane that's not doing well in the development and early production. It scares the hell out of me, by the way.
Well, the thing, though,
Doyle,
that's
would you
difficult.
want to add to that a little bit? You've got a little
Just
bit
real
of
quick,
hands-on practical experience.
addiction is a terrible disease.
Yeah.
You can't cure addiction without the person who's addicted being willing to find out the root causes and then deal with it.
Yeah.
And this is a national version of drug addiction. This is a nation that is addicted to something, and to break that, somebody, and it's going to take some innovative thinking, has to figure out what the national psyche is, and then the nation as a whole has to say, I want to be cured. And otherwise, we're just, pedaling around in the water.
But it's important to know can you pin down what the addiction is about? What is it?
I'm saying,
we're
get to the
addicted
root cause of it.
Pardon?
Why, we have to get to the root cause
of what? What's the
of
diagnosis?
Well, this country is addicted to a terrible drug. It's called oil.
Oh.
Actually, it's
an
the cars
addiction.
that are
It's
addicted
treated-
because of the lack of 41
It's
cents
pure
a
and
car.
simple. It's pretty simple.
Well,
I'll take a decidedly different angle, somewhat narrow, but because I think some of the more macro angles have already been, I think, stated very eloquently, both in the case studies and the panel here. But I think that if you look at the slice of innovation in the corporate world, let's say, I don't know that there necessarily has to be a national policy or even a structured national influence, but I agree with tangentially with what Brand says. I think there's a leadership element, there's a people element, there's an element to training, there's an element to how we teach, how students learn, understanding that. Quite often in the corporate world, one of the first things to go is training. And I don't know that you can necessarily train someone to be innovative, but you can train someone to be a better leader to create the atmosphere that innovation can be fostered. So I think, I don't know that that needs a sort of a national program, but I do think it needs a different style of leadership in corporate America. It might even influence reward systems. I mean, a whole array of these sort of traditionally sort of right brain theory Y approaches that are in short order in most corporations today. So you just don't have people that come in programmed to want to risk, to innovate. And not only can we cannot identify it in someone else, but if we do, we destroy it immediately. So I think in that narrow slice, I think big gains can be made in terms of the way corporations look at innovation and welcome it, especially in older traditional industries like the one I work in.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I would just add, too, I think to have a strategy for innovation might not be the solution, but to have a policy that encourages innovation at all levels, particularly in small business and places like that where the entrepreneurial spirit is alive and well and where much of the innovation takes place, and to develop an idea of a public-private partnership and get the private sector more involved as well, and more teamwork at all levels, that kind of thing, where you would even consider incentivizing programs that obviously are aimed at innovation and things like that. Those kind of things, I think, would have a chance of helping. Let me move on now. We've got 2 or 3 questions on education and all, and I'll ask the Admiral to lead the charge on answering this one. But one is, how do you fundamentally reform our education system? And then there was another parallel question, a little more detail. I won't read it all, but He talks about innovation in education in schools, students learning at different levels, extracurricular clubs with sciences, history, jazz, etc., and all the kind of things that we sort of talked about. And there are a couple other questions aimed at education. So let's have our first speaker give that one a go.
Well, first off, I always cringe at the word Reformation. I don't know why, but it's Pavlovian. But you know what? I guess what I was trying to say, there's no easy fix. There's a lot of great ideas out there, but I think the idea of participation is critical. That we see participation in the process as part of our citizenship. I think that's critical to get everyone involved, and not to see it as a paid commodity that's provided for us by the society. I think that's the first step towards any substantive reform. And then secondly, and this is just an idea, that quite possibly the word education is passé. We ought to look at it as the formation of individuals. And what we want those individuals to be will be a great discussion in the public forum. But I think that if we begin to look at education as the formation of the future, the formation of our individuals for the future, the formation of our leaders for the society, I think that's a better way to look at it than a series of progressions that one meets and then moves up the ladder. So I'll start it off with that.
All right, very good. Any other comments?
I think it's interesting to note that different people learn in different ways. When I grew up, I probably learned more about the world, history, and current events by watching television than I did what was at school. It just was a time when I was learning. Kids are learning more about the world by being on the internet than they were, so it changes. But experiences, I mean, the two greatest motivations in my life for education were my parents, my mom and my dad, who showed me the world, took me around as a kid. You know, our family Bible, with apologies, was Europe on $5 a day. You know, it was going there for 2 weeks during summer vacation and, you know, Doric, Corinthian, Ionic, composite tutor, you know, and that. And, you know, if you go upstairs, both artwork from both my dad and my mom are on display in this museum. And having brought me to museums when I was a kid and shown me the great art of the world, which isn't designed to be decorative, but is designed to make you think, those were very moving experiences that I've carried with me. So I think part of the notion is, how do you regenerate or replace the concept of the nuclear family in a world where it's not possible for a large member of our society to have that? How do you do mentorship? I think if I had to put one key word, it's role models. How do you create positive role models that give kids people to look up to and model after? When many of the people in this panel grew up, it was the space program. It was NASA. It was a bunch of other things. You know, right now, how many of you people in this room know how many people are on the space station? And you know the names of any astronaut on the space station at the moment? And the answer is generally no hands go up. And when I grew up, everybody knew, every one of the astronauts knew about their history, knew what was happening. I think there is no substitute for role models. In the inner cities, often the role models are the drug dealers, you know, who are basically the ones with the cars and the money and the jewelry and so forth. And I think we as a society have to invest in the elevation of people to the position of role models, the mentoring of kids, because it's not just about sitting down in school and looking at books. It's about having something to base your life and your future on and to grow with.
I'd like to comment also, to put a focus on learning. I think to understand that these compartmentalized K-12, higher education, graduate education, it's really lifelong learning, because a student entering college this year, by the time he or she graduates, half of what he or she's been taught is probably already outmoded. So it's inculcating a culture of learning rather than this passive being educated and someone doing something to make you educated. In fact, it has to be inculcated that it's a continuous learning process till the last breath is expired.
Yeah. Jim? Innovation is not dead in American education. I was up at an academy in Brooklyn along with Nancy Miller and our daughter all from ODG, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and there is a city school, not a charter school. It's being run on a fascinating experimental basis, and to applause so far from a number of observers. It consists for a grade of several 2,000 square foot large rooms. So there would be, say, 60 children in several different groups and 4 teachers. The acoustics are handled in such a way that one group may be 10 kids, it may be 8 kids, it may be 12 kids, and all 4 teachers are dealing with it. The teachers follow the children through the grades, so they work all the way up and stay with them. The student ratio, faculty ratio is only 15 to 1. The teachers love that because most public schools, it's way up in the 20s. The reason each child gets to take art, martial arts, athletics, and there are a number of violin classes. For $200 a year, you can stay till 6 p.m. and get added help. And there is basically no administration. The effort is put entirely into the teachers and the schools. Because the teachers go through the process with the children, they know them very well, they stay with them year after year after year, so they tend not to have nearly the kind of discipline problems and so forth that one has when everybody rotates and changes all the time and people don't know one another. It is a remarkable idea, and so far it's doing very well. And if you stand over a group of 10 or 12 second graders and see them reading books that look appropriate for 6th graders, and you see the kindergartners beginning to do a really good job of reading, and another set of 10 or 12 kids all working on their iPads and being taught how to run iPads, you get the idea that with some thinking about how to do some of these things, we could go off in very different and more productive directions than we seem to be so far.
Okay. For any of the panelists, or all really, beginning in his campaign, President Obama promoted, quote, innovation clusters, unquote. Has this been a successful innovation policy so far? I'm not even sure. Don't all rush.
Sometimes clusters work and sometimes they don't.
I didn't get the memo.
Yeah, that's right.
Are we a cluster up here?
I guess that's too hard to answer.
Cluster.
Right? No guts, no air metal. I mean, come on.
I'll take a shot at it. It may be an extension from the last question, but I think to some degree that question and maybe the tail end of the previous question bring into play economics and policy/politics. One of the things I think about and I thought about as the panelists were talking is that even if you were to crack the code today, that there's still maybe a half a generation lost. So there's some degree of catch-up that has to be made, and maybe that's not tailored to some of the things that we're talking about. We got to figure those things out. The other factor is that because of the economic times that we're in right now, there are more and more adults who made mostly rational decisions in their lives that won't be able to go to Europe to take their kids for another 10 years. And so, so it's getting worse as we speak. And so to some degree, even if we sort things out at a elementary school, junior high school level, there's still a big gap there that's growing as we speak. So to some degree, we've got to figure out how do we create something, some mechanism to get to those folks out there that might be between their 20s and 30s right now. I think with respect to innovation, my sense is I didn't get the memo either about the innovation clusters, but I would argue that whatever they were intended to be are probably not did not turn out perhaps the way the administration expected, and there probably will be exacerbated by economics. So maybe part of this dynamic has to be how do we create the kind of economic opportunities that will allow that group to catch up. They might not catch up educationally, but maybe they can catch up economically and then create an environment for their kids to maybe capitalize on some of the ideas that we're talking about today.
Okay. If history is written by the winners, what is being written by the losers, or what will be written by the losers?
I like that.
Very good.
I think.
Are we leveraging poor nations, continents, poor nations or continents like Africa for innovation? In other words, are we going to outside the United States into developing countries and elsewhere where there quite often is a lot of innovation? And of course, part of the problem there is, again, the regulatory side of the house and the incentives and intellectual property and all those kind of things. So how do you deal with all that? Anybody want to?
Yeah, I'd like to take a shot at that.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure this approach makes any sense. I'm not sure one country does it better than somebody else. I think the bottom line is all children love stuff. All children want to learn something. They're curious, and the question is getting their curiosity in phase in such a way that it's not what they learn, it's if they learn how to learn. I was very lucky. I went to a boarding school, and although it was pretty insane, the one thing I came out of all of that with was the tools to learn. Once you do that, then really I believe it's up to you leave it up to the person, other than making sure that people can use a knife and fork, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But this whole idea of trying to channel a massive group of people into some sort of strange architecture, I think is pure insanity. And what's interesting, if you look at the innovators, the people who are innovative, most of the innovators that I know were ADD crazy kids who may not have done very well in school, but they went off and either they taught themselves how to play the guitar, they taught themselves how to program a computer and invented the Apple computer. If you look at how innovators actually do what they do, maybe looking at that and trying to make that an architecture that we allow our children to get into makes a hell of a lot more sense than trying to say, well, here's the way to teach this. I think people are curious, and we don't leverage curiosity. As a matter of fact, in a lot of ways, I think we actually suppress it.
I really need to step in and say that one thing that is really, really critical is educating girls. That's the most important thing that can be done, and especially in the developing countries, because we already see some of the successes like Bangladesh, where, for example, the fertility rate has dropped to the same level as the U.S., and their economic strength has been quite dramatic. So I think the best thing we can do in our foreign aid is educating girls.
There are a whole bunch of reasons why that's true. One of them is that in countries where girls are educated, the more hostile and dominative forms of Islamism are undercut. And you begin to see in some of the countries where women are educated reflections in issues related to freedom of speech and the rest. It does a lot for the entire society and is absolutely essential.
Should we reprioritize federal R&D to make it more effective and drive it in the direction of our innovation?
I really hate the idea of having decisions made on what is to be innovative and what isn't. I don't know about my fellow panel members, but I think innovating by consensus doesn't really work, but that's just my opinion.
It produces camels a lot.
Yes, it does. And not very effective camels. Sometimes there are two humps and sometimes one.
Yeah, sometimes three.
But
Now,
let me just throw in one thing there, because I think one thing that is useful, though, to think about is the process by which, one, organizations accomplish R&D, and then two, the tech transfer issue, which I briefly, because again, without tech transfer, it's very hard for technology to be useful for anything. But I think it's interesting to reflect back on the glory days of organizations like DARPA, who was responsible for a lot of the technologies everyone in this panel has pointed to as being innovation. And the big difference between then and now is then we funded talent. And DARPA thought its job was to find the best and the brightest in the key fields, give them money to think about the problems of the nature, give us a call if you've got an issue, and so forth. It has transitioned to projects with a potentially useful output, and they're generally run by government program managers, which by definition narrows the number of people who can be doing your project as compared to they could be run by anybody, which is a bigger set than any subset. So I think that there are things that one can look at in terms of just how you structure organizations who do R&D and how they spend their money in a way that can get a more expansive audience that might in fact contribute ideas that are directly valuable to the problems at hand.
Yeah, I think getting rid of punitive economics would probably help. I remember when I was a kid, I thought one of the coolest things in the world was Bell Labs. I thought, hey, I would love to actually go work there. So what happens in certain, with punitive economics is companies, the first thing that goes away is the R&D. If every company was, or every entity, whether it's a company or some group of people, was incentivized to keep the R&D piece, I think not only would you have a lot of innovation, but you'd have places for innovators to go. You'd create a fertile ground for that.
May I get into this?
Yeah.
Two points. One thing about the great industrial labs we used to have, they were indeed marvelous breeding grounds for good new ideas, the transistor, for example, and all the many things that followed. However, the way it was done without, Bell Labs is a good example, without any real thought about how to pay for it all, made them unaffordable in the long run. And there was international competition as much as anything else. World War II, when there was enough money for anything important related to the war, hid that problem for maybe a decade or two. I think on principle, though, I'm very comfortable with the government and the Defense Department and NSF and so on funding basic research under the way, and reasonably applied research and under the rubrics that they do. I think it is simply undoable to fund the whole chain of follow-through, including the industrial entrepreneurship that is required. And I think that has always failed. The only example that succeeded was the space program, and that was because of very special circumstances. One thing was, it was a one-shot deal, going to the moon, and that really got everybody's attention and made some excessive bureaucratic behavior undesirable. But we see the problem in NASA now. They don't know what to do. There's no one to give them a mission. The country could, but now we had a number of space commissions, on one of which I served, but most of them were about disasters. Now, the one I was on was not. It was about going to Mars. And it was fun. And we thought there was a commitment. We thought we would, by 2015, we would be on Mars with people setting up reasonably permanent stations. That didn't happen, I think largely because no way could be found to pay for it realistically. So we're stuck with that, and that's a matter of priorities, choices.
Innovation creates new intellectual property. Cyber espionage threatens this process. What should we do about it?
Protect it.
Protect it.
Come on, Jim, I've heard you speak about this
Yes.
before. You started
Yes,
off.
you've
got some views.
That's you.
About IP?
Yeah. Oh, you don't? You pass?
Well, I'm trying to remember what you have heard, because let's see. I know I don't.
Repeat the question?
Yeah, what should we do about intellectual property? And protect it is the right answer. We don't do that well now. Much of it is stolen over the internet, a lot from Lockheed on both the F-22 and the F-35, I think. The world of espionage and getting an insider in to steal technical secrets and so forth is kind of still happens, but it's kind of a low-key thing. The heart of the matter is theft via hacking, and the Chinese are very good at this. They looks like from press reports in the last few days that the vast preponderance of the hackers coming in to steal IP in the United States are tied in one way or another to the People's Liberation Army. And we need to fix this. Maybe, and Brand would know far better than I, maybe there are things we can do a lot better than we're doing now with respect to physical protection and blocking hacking, because last time I talked to somebody who knew a lot more than I did about firewalls, he said most firewalls out there really do a pretty good job against the 8- and 9-year-old hackers, but once you get up to be 12 or 13, you're through those things.
Well, one thing you could do is you can educate people, too, to understand the problem. The firewalls work up to a point. Most of the access from really smart hackers and people who are attacking the networks come from individual targeting to individuals who say, hi, my name is Mary. Would you like to have a nice conversation? It's individuals who do not practice, I guess cybersec is, to coin a phrase or coin a word. They just don't, they don't see it, they don't understand it. Much of this would not have happened if individuals had not opened the firewall and opened the doors. It's part of that is an educational process.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very complex issue when you talk about cyber and cyber espionage. As I think everybody knows, it's extraordinarily technical and all that. There's an awful lot that the nation has to do as a nation. And it's going to require education. It's going to require policy. It's going to require a reordering of authorities and all that type of thing. And it's going to require an understanding of the total speed and all that that's needed to defend in this arena and all that kind of thing. And we've got a long way to go, and I think we better leave it at that for now. Would you agree that to a large degree innovation comes from small business? If so, how can we get DOD or the intelligence community to best remove the barriers for them? How do you enable big idea people to access DOD and intelligence community markets?
With great difficulty. With great difficulty.
Not very well, huh?
I think it's true that a lot of the innovation comes from small companies, and it's for the reason, some that I mentioned earlier, that it's easier for them to be Gemeinschafts than Gesellschafts, and they also don't have to worry that much about the quarterly bottom line, et cetera. But you can have large institutions, Bell Labs, for example, that do a great job, have done it 3 times in the past, a great job of innovation. But the real dilemma that the small companies have is once they start to get really successful with something, they get pounced on and bought out. And sometimes it's because the large companies want to make sure that their innovation is not implemented because it will conflict with something the large company is making money on, even if it's not optimal. So there are a lot of ways in which I think our economic system is not optimal with respect to innovation, but sometimes the cures are worse than the diseases.
Well, in the defense arena, the federal acquisition regulations are specifically hostile to small businesses and will, in fact, put them out of business if they're not paying attention. because it's created to allow large contractors to interoperate well with the government. The large contractors are created in the image of the government and populated by people who were in the government, so it's basically a system that knows itself well. But the problem is, a large company, for example, wants the highest overhead they can possibly have under the law.
Right.
So the FAR allows you a certain set of things to put in overhead. It is to your advantage to put every expense you can into your overhead, so then when you negotiate, say, a 10% profit, you're actually making a 10% profit. Little companies, first of all, there's a huge opportunity cost to work with the government, and they don't realize it. Why? They want to help their country. They're interested in the thing. It's a job. But it's also generally a distraction to what make them good at what they do. They are not prepared to deal with the paperwork. They're not prepared for the audit requirements. They're not prepared for how you write a proposal that is capable of being accepted. They're not prepared for all of the things that, again, big companies not only are prepared for, but the government pays them for, because this all goes into your overhead and is considered as an allowable expense.
And one final government policy has a very deleterious effect on small companies innovating and making it available to the government, which is that by cutting back and back on civil servants and then hiring large defense contractors to supply the functionally civil servants, you find yourself, as I have helping a couple of companies recently, you find yourself seeing that you're going in to talk to someone in the government to talk about what you need to do as a small company, and the person you're talking to, although they sort of look like and sound like and are sitting in a chair like a civil servant, in fact, they are with one of the big defense contractors. And they are perfectly capable of taking your technology, telling you, I'm sorry, we're not really interested, it doesn't meet our needs right now, and turning it over to their real employer. It happens time and time and time again. It's thoroughly rotten.
Amen.
But it happens.
Plus, I have a hard time understanding, in the 20 years I've been working in the defense industry, when I would produce an album and I would do it for less than the budget, we could start getting royalties earlier, and it was a good thing. I get people who call me up and are mad at me because I haven't spent all the money. I still haven't figured that one out. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What is it about saving money and doing things, you know, with a little bit more efficient that I should get punished for?
There's an easy bureaucratic explanation for this. If you don't obligate all your money, you spend it, you lose it in the next cycle. That's all. It's that simple.
I know that's it, but that to me is stupid.
Of course it is.
All right, go ahead.
I'll make a comment, Jim. I'll step out of kind of the defense arena for a second, either because I'm an iconoclast or because I know nothing about that industry. I think it's the latter. But I think in the field of energy, that's certainly not as important in one domain as defense, because it's generally not life or death, but it is something that touches everyone regardless of socioeconomic level, so it's important. And I think in that arena, and I think that's sort of the angle we're taking, is that I think we're going to make some of the greatest technological innovative gains in the field of energy, both in terms of demand reduction, saving fossil fuel usage, carbon footprints will go down. Customers get more information to make choices. So in a whole array of areas, technology and innovation is going to play a really, really big part. But I think there's an area that's ripe for opportunity, and that's with sort of public-private partnerships or even private-private partnerships. That if you get small technology companies in the field of energy, they can partner with municipal utilities, quasi-governmental. They can partner with investor-owns who are not their competition, who, if you can find a way to incentivize investor-owned utilities to maybe get some return or credits for R&D, and they can partner with small companies, you've got something really solid, because you have an established immediate pipeline of demand for those products, and that's what we've done. And so you get these companies shielded from the need to go out and find business in a manner they would be searching for now, and seeking someone seeking a shotgun marriage, that if they can fall under the umbrella of a larger institution that's not a direct competitor, they can grow and develop and mature a product that they can not only make money on, but it really provide a benefit to customers in terms of communications, information, and also ultimately down the chain reduce carbon footprint and by extension our need for foreign fossil fuels.
It's a good point. Just one follow-on to what Skunk said. A good friend of mine a few years ago was the head of a major intelligence agency. He had the absolute temerity to have a cost underrun of what was then a fair amount of money, several $100 million in his budget. You should have seen the dreck that fell down upon him. My God, I mean, for a cost underrun, did you misestimate at the beginning? You're making everybody else look bad. What's going on here? It was the mind reels.
If that cost underrun had been able to be folded over into an R&D budget, that they would have gotten the tax benefit or some, I mean, this is not rocket science.
Yeah, but this is sometimes the doing of the Congressional Committee that expressly forbids the use of the money for anything else.
Exactly. Right.
It's supposed to go back to the Treasury. Rita knows this well.
Very well.
And it's totally counterproductive and very dishonest fundamentally.
Well, and I would add that in companies that depend upon putting innovation into the critical path, such as at Disney when we're designing a theme park, most of the ride systems and other things like that, half of them say have never been done before. And yet you're opening in 3 years, even though you don't have the technology base, you don't enter the rest of it. When you put technology in the critical path, when you put innovation in the critical path, you need this thing called contingency, which is not allowed in the way projects are currently budgeted. You need to basically say, you know, there's 10%, and at Disney, Imagineering, we called it test and adjust, which is basically saying, we know a bunch of things will be wrong on this project. There'll be things that we misspecified, things we just didn't catch, things that break too soon. So we're going to put 10% in. After the building construction continues, I put 10% to basically say, it's going to take this to work the bugs out of it and get the thing to be bulletproof the way we need it to be. You can't fund government projects that way with the current regulations.
You can't even let on that it might cost more. The moment you say that, you're totally discredited. You get run out of the Army, drummed out of the Corps. I mean, all kinds of stupid counter incentives are built into this part of the story.
Which is why you get risk adversity, which is why you don't
Absolutely.
get innovation.
And that's why you go and do something else.
Doyle, this one's for you too here. You mentioned that, that CRS might seek an additional partner with energy storage technology. What other technologies might your company be seeking to fulfill its new energy economy idea, its goal?
Well, the short answer is anything that works. But actually, anything I think that, as I said before, the ultimate objective, or a couple of objectives. One, I think, is to provide customers with real-time information so that they can make energy usage choices. And whenever they're provided with that, they consume less. And I think that helps us all. Secondarily, any products that down the chain reduce the need to burn fossil-based fuels. Now, again, that's just more of a practical statement than an ideological statement, because I think it makes sense whether or not you buy into whatever source that's causing climate change. But generally, I think those would be the prerequisites. Specifically, I think we would look for something that can bridge renewables. Right now, renewables are very intermittent. Wind and solar, generally the hottest days of the year, the wind's not blowing, blows at night, doesn't really help our load profile too much because load goes down at night. Solar obviously doesn't run at night, so if you can get something that's inefficient between those cycles, you can get what I call quasi-base load, that it runs all around the clock with either a full or partial renewable source. So maybe battery storage, pump storage, compressed air, some things I'm not even thinking about, flywheel technologies, highly efficient combustion turbine, natural gas units. But I think the unexplored frontier is connecting these renewable sources so that they become base load, and they will offer, I think, breakthrough opportunities. And as I said earlier, I think perhaps the most important breakthrough would be in terms of providing around-the-clock quarantine from the grid sources for our military bases and other DoD installations.
This is a really important point Doyle just made. The electricity is a just-in-time thing. You got to
with adjustments, you've got to use it as you produce it, and it creates a huge number of vulnerabilities in the whole system. And if you can have enough storage that you can get through the early part of the evening when people are watching television and so forth, you don't need too much in the middle of the night because the load generally on a grid goes way down. So you may not be decades away from what he's just talked about. You might just be a few years. And if so, it really changes the whole energy situation in a major, major way.
Might be worth considering small modular reactors and high-temperature gas reactors, 5th generation, 95% burn rate, a couple of actinides left over, and basically to get to 3 trillion kilowatts by the year 2025, which is really, when you look at it, that's the goal. There's nothing else that's going to be able to do it, and I think your point about how you have an ongoing, something that's not dependent on climate or the physics of the planet to generate electricity, and then you buy that time until you get to the fusion piece.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think most will conclude that, 2050 and beyond, nuclear will be a part of the dynamic. I think they're going to evolve. I think you're going to get more crisp, passive safety systems, but small modular reactors are going to be a part of it. And I think either Babcock and Wilcox or the Westinghouse design should be approved by 2018 or so.
That's good.
So
General Atomics has one.
That's
So,
gonna
I
be
mean,
part
I've
of
been working on, I'm kind of personally involved in that, so.
I wish you had considered biotechnology applications too, because we throw away enormous amounts of energy with the crazy 1930s sewage treatment plants that we have all over the country.
Get the energy out of that old cheeseburger. And I'm serious. All the food, all the biomass,
That's
it's
right.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
You're right.
One of the challenges right now with biomass is, to some degree, it's dependent upon and correlated to distance away of the biomass source. So the further it's away, the more expensive it gets, and generally within a 20-mile radius is where you get something that's economical. But that's certainly, I think, something that ought to be looked at, and we should be able to find a way to make that dynamic work better for larger units.
Well, there's the Blue Plains sewage plant, which is right next to Congress, and those are the 2 biggest gas-producing. I couldn't resist.
Oh, you shouldn't resist. It's wonderful.
Innovators are a royal pain in the neck for most managers. How do we improve our management development to better lead innovators into their organizations? Can you answer that in 2.5 minutes?
Fire any manager who thinks that.
Right. All right, that takes care of that one. Any questions?
Hey, actors and musicians are weirdos, but you know what? If you got a good manager and you got a good agent, that's what you do. Some people are good at managing, some people are good at creating, and you create a symbiosis. Works for a lot of other situations.
Yeah, I was just going to add, you simply say there will be innovation, and anybody that doesn't understand it, out. Very simple.
It's important to do a little bit.
Either get on the train. Train's going down the track. Either get on it or go somewhere else.
People have to learn that innovation is the air we breathe, and we kind of die if we don't get it. It really is essential to almost everything human there is.
Well, and that in organizational dynamics, you don't get the behavior you ask for, you get the behavior you reward. And so you have to make sure you have alignment between your rewards and your desired outcomes.
Exactly.
Here's one that a number of you, Brian, and others too, you called for America to recognize that it faces a long-term crisis. How do we do that?
How do we get America, let me make sure.
How do we educate America that we face a long-term crisis?
Well, I think telling them would be a good start. I mean, I think part of the problem we've had is that the past several administrations have been so spun up with other issues, which are all real and compelling issues, that nobody wants to say, and by the way, now we got some real trouble I'd like to tell you about. Because nobody particularly likes bad news. So I think part of the problem is a process of how we create a thoughtful dialogue with the American people. Now, I believe there are many topics such as cyber defense, which is one which, General, you spoke of, where we need to have that dialogue. Innovation is another one. I don't think you have any, for instance, acquisition. I've never met anyone in the acquisition community, out of it, or in the Department of Defense, that if you make the comment, the system is broken, they don't agree with you. But it doesn't change. And so I think the issue is really to focus the discussion around not, we have these problems, because, smart citizens largely know we have these problems. One, educate the people who don't, either because the area is sufficiently specialized that it requires that, and our leadership has to be brave in getting these dialogues advanced to a set of policies and directions which are going to be painful. None of these changes or transitions are fun. It's not fun to be in an industry that's being put out of business by another industry. It's not fun to drive innovation. But I believe the American public can rise to the occasion if we give them a thoughtful set of arguments and let them know what they can do.
There's another aspect of this to focus on. If you go back to the oil matter that I was mentioning earlier, we've tried a lot to convince the public that national security requires moving off oil, and it hadn't gone very far. We've tried to convince them that climate change is a major issue, and it hasn't gone very far. But if we take advantage of something which happens to be true but isn't publicized, certainly not by oil companies, we might be able to do better. When they got serious about getting the lead out of gasoline back in the 70s with advertisements and warnings and all the rest, it wasn't very long before we got the lead out. Lead was replaced by aromatics. About a quarter to a third of your gasoline tank is full of benzene, toluene, and xylene, all of which are highly toxic, and I think three, but at least two of which cause cancer. So if the public isn't going to be interested in national security, and they're not going to be interested in climate change, at least not in adequate numbers, maybe what we ought to do is say, by the way, why do you want to keep using benzene, toluene, and xylene in your gasoline and give yourselves cancer? There are major studies saying that well over $100 billion a year in shortened lives and added medical costs are caused by using these aromatics to increase octane. So if you want to use, as I mentioned earlier, methanol, an alcohol which has high octane, instead, maybe the only way to get people to do that is to say, okay, ignore what we've been talking about before. Why the hell do you want to give yourselves cancer?
Could I ask the Admiral the same question? Because when you gave your talk, you had covered everything from the very specific to the very general in terms of an architecture for education. I'd just be curious.
I think one of our shortcomings in this discussion so far is the fact that we haven't linked vision with innovation. That's one area. I think we can present the American people with a lot of issues, and we can educate them in a lot of issues, or we can present a vision which they'll follow. I think that was the key to the space program. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I envisioned it as a young boy, listening to a president saying, we can do this. He gave us a vision and we followed it. Secondly, we really haven't talked much about ethics. And maybe it's not politically correct, but I think there's an ethical dimension to innovation and the application of innovative issues that really hasn't been discussed yet. But I would urge, thank you. 1 out of 50, that's a pretty good percentage.
Innovator.
Innovator. But vision and ethics, I think those are two areas that we really need to get into.
Yeah, very good. Besides, this topic is on the STEM careers and increasing individual attribution in the defense and industrial complex. And I think what he means, besides fixing education, another approach to attracting creative young talent to the STEM careers might be to increase individual attribution in the creative / production process. For example, in the movie business, everyone who participates in making the movie gets their name on the big screen. This does not happen in the defense industrial complex. And we've got 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
It's a movie question, so Bran gets it.
in the Defense Department, keeping your name off the big screen is usually the reward. But look, I think it's very interesting when you look at what it takes to motivate people, and money is one of the things. When you don't have that as a tool, making them feel valued and that they're playing a role that's important to their nation and to the other people and so forth. So I really don't think it's particularly complicated on a humanistic level. I think we understand the tools and that we understand it. I think the challenge is to make sure that the laws of the land that were largely put in place, quote unquote, to protect the government from, you know, the people who would do harm to the government, have just outlived their usefulness in the current form and have to be redone. I think it's time. The country is mature enough that there are a number of these areas, and the one the question is focused on is one of them, where it's actually just time to rethink things and say, okay, if we're going to motivate people, if we're going to have the vision which attracts the talent, which allows us to produce the outcomes that we desire, it's going to require restructuring the process, the reward systems and such, and align it in such a way that the intellectual and creative horsepower of the country is more effectively focused on outcomes.
Yeah, to me, it's a basic leadership problem. If you've got one or more people and he or she has made a tremendous innovative contribution to the success of a process or a program, and you don't see to it that they get the right kind of credit, then you don't belong in that leadership billet, period. It's end of the story. Okay, we've got 1 more minute, Mike. Let's get you up here. It'll take a minute to get you up here.
Thank you, sir. I think you'll agree with me that as long as the country is attracting to its shores people like this, producing people like this, and cherishing them appropriately, we'll do okay in the future and stay on top in the areas that we deserve to be. So please join me in giving this panel the warm applause that they deserve.
Yeah, let me just add one thing. If there's any other comments, questions, or thoughts, either now or later on, send them on to us. We certainly will consider them. Our game plan is to have our Board of Regents meet in the end of January, early February, go over all of what we've heard here, go over the questions again and the other thoughts, and see if we can't put something together that will be useful. So thank you all very much for that, and thank the panel. And Mike?
Thank you, sir. Our chairman, thank you very much.
Well, you probably wouldn't be standing there. Our culture. It's amazing.
While the panel makes their way back, a few words about Battelle. For those of you, I'm sure everyone in the room probably knows about the Battelle Memorial Trust, and I'm sure that Jeff will have a few more words about it as he takes the platform here in a second. But I want to note how proud we are at the Potomac Institute to once again be partnering with the Battelle Memorial Trust on another very important public policy forum. This one is probably more appropriate than anything we've ever done with you all, because the words education, innovation are all part of your charter. And in fact, today when we all rally around the words of STEM, science and technology, in math and the world of education, these are things that were written into Battelle's charter back in 1929. Today, they are a $6.5 billion public trust, public charity that is involved in research and development around the world. It's an honor to be involved with them. And it's an honor for me to introduce Dr. Jeff Wadsworth, who is, amongst other things, had a very successful career as a scientist. He has been the director of a couple of our energy laboratories, and now runs, as I say, one of the most successful public trusts that there is anywhere in the world. A couple of years ago, we had the distinction to be able to honor him at the Potomac Institute with a Navigator Award, which recognized his decades of service and ongoing service in the area of science and technology policy in the public forum. So it's with great honor that I introduce a friend and once again co-sponsor of this event, Dr. Jeff Wadsworth.
Hey, thanks, Mike, for those very kind words. And it's a great pleasure for us to be here, and I hope we can keep on doing it. And based on what I've seen today, it's an excellent idea that we should, because it was a very rich discussion. Special thanks also to Dave Reist for pulling this together and bringing everything into one place. I'm just going to speak for 4 or 5 minutes. First of all, I can't think of a better place to have such a meeting. You know, the home to the Patent Office from, let's see, 1840 to 1932, and commissioned by President Jackson in 1836. And it's interesting, in the 1850s, 100,000 people a year came here, and it was called the Temple of Invention. And people came in their droves to see not only the inventions, but also the paintings and the artwork that was here. And I think that's a wonderful thing. And Battelle sponsored on the 3rd floor here a special collection of a special exhibit called the Great American Hall of Wonders from the 19th century. And you're welcome to go and visit it. It basically describes a lot of the aspects of 19th century society. And again, it's a combination of mechanical devices, paintings, and scenes. And it has inventions like the Colt pistol and the first patents for locomotives. But it also has some very beautiful artwork. Now, in that century, people were very worried about whether the nation could survive and prosper. And it really forced a development of what I think is an American characteristic, an inherent genius for innovation. I really believe that. And it's as important today, obviously, as it was then. Today, some of the trends are not good. We look at the research and development funding. We look at what's happening in China and everywhere. For those of you that are interested in tomorrow's Wall Street Journal, there'll be a summary of an annual report that Battelle puts together with R&D magazine. And we analyze this inside out, upside down. We look at who's funding what, and we make projections for the coming year. The American share of R&D funding continues to increase, but the fraction, as a total of the world fraction, is going down. Our patent office is swamped with patents from China. I was with the patent office head yesterday at another meeting. And so there are some very interesting trends, and we capture all of that in this magazine, and you're very welcome to learn and have that. Now, I want to talk about Battelle for a minute. We do live and breathe innovation. It's in our DNA. It was given to us by Gordon Battelle. When he was 37 years old in 1920, he wrote a will, which was very prescient. He said, it's really important to invent things, to do the research and development that invents things, and then get it into commercial practice. He was unafraid to make money. And he said, when you make money, reinvest it in research and development and in education. What a fantastic machine. And done by a 37-year-old who sadly died 3 years later from following an appendectomy in 1923. His mother, Annie Norton Battelle, died 2 years later. Between them, they left $2.5 million for the purpose of creating the Battelle Memorial Institute. In today's money, that's about $45 million, provided you didn't invest it in Wall Street before the 1929 crash, which they didn't. So it's like a business starting at $45 million with 47 people. And today, as we mentioned, it's $6.5 billion with 25,000 people. I think we've retained our innovation. I'll talk about that a little bit. And I think Gordon Battelle would have been pleased with that kind of growth. So he said, make profit. We call ourselves a non-profit. It's a phrase I don't like. I prefer tax exempt, because that's actually what we are. And when we think about invention and innovation, we think about at least 3 dimensions, and there are probably more. But we think about the technology innovation, but we also think about business innovation and process innovation. I want to give you one anecdote about how that manifests itself. In Oak Ridge, in about 2004, we had a computer group that was pretty good, but it wasn't world leading. And we knew there'd be a race for big computing to solve big problems. So we wanted to develop a building that would be able to accomplish that. And under the rules of DOE at the time, you couldn't design the building the way you wanted. So we did something very interesting. We transferred land from the federal government to the private sector. So we took a piece of land, and we managed to create an LLC, and we transferred the land. It took approval by the Senate, the House, and OMB. and any of you who've tried that will recognize the difficulty of that triumvirate. But we did it a number of times. And when we did the first time, we were able to then hire our own architects and design the building the way we wanted. And we took a business risk and built 1 acre of computer space in the building. When the RFP came out for the first huge computer, we won it because we had that business advantage. Because we won that, Rita, we then got an NSF computer, and we then got one from an agency we don't discuss. So we had 3 of the top 5 computers in the world as a result of a business innovation. There's nothing like success to bring down, you know, big magnifying glasses on you. So the IG came. And I wanted to tell you this because it's my favorite memo that I ever received. The IG wrote a report. And what they said was, what you have done is legal, comma, highly innovative, comma, and we don't like it. And we kept that as a bumper sticker for a while. I think Gordon would be pleased, Gordon Battelle. Okay, so in addition to the Columbus operations, we do run 6 national labs, 1 for the Homeland Security, 1 for Her Majesty's government in the UK, their nuclear energy lab. And this is all very rewarding. We do lots of interesting work. I'll give you just a couple of examples of our historical innovations. The most famous is the Xerox machine. Chester Carlson came to Battelle. He was actually an attorney. He was an inventor. So it's very much connected to today. He was trying to figure out how to avoid drawing all of the drawings that he had to do each time he modified a patent. And the patent was for a copying machine. And he had, in the end of days, about 20 patents. And no one was interested in funding it. Because at that time, in the late 40s, they thought that once you'd copied the Library of Congress, you were finished. And he knew, he had a vision for, I presume, all these multiple copies we made. So he persisted, we invested in him, and in 1974, we sold that company. It was called Haloid at that time, became Xerox, for what in today's money is $2 billion profit. He walked away with 1/3 of it, and we had nothing but trouble. Suddenly, everyone was our best friend. The Attorney General in Ohio decided he wanted to be a governor, and he beat up on Battelle to show that he could be a tough guy. So if you visit us in Columbus, you'll find lots of parks named after Battelle. It's not where we'd normally put our money. We put it into education, but we learned a lot about how to hedge profits in the future. And so the Xerox machine we made a bunch of money from. The universal barcode we did with IBM. Didn't make much money there, but it's, you know, it's everywhere. The first software for the CD, we failed to protect it. Didn't make any money from the compact disc. But there was a lot of the cruise control, the tamper-proof seals on Tylenol, the 3-layer coins, the metallic strip in a dollar bill, all of that stuff came out. One of the things that happens is a lot of our clients don't want to mention us because they want their brand to be up front, so you don't always know that it's a Battelle product. More recent ones are the 3D body scanner. Those of you that go through airports, thank you, you're welcome. Now, we're not the Rapiscan one that puts x-rays into you. No, we're the multimeter wave one. It's made by L3. So it was originally designed to be the perfect tailor. We were looking for a way that somebody like Nordstrom's, you could walk in, spend 3 seconds in a thing, and you'd know exactly what the size was. Nobody was interested, but it became the basis for the 3D body scanner. If you have when you start flying in the next few months and the plane is de-iced, you might be being de-iced by one of our soybean de-icers, which is a green de-icer, instead of the stuff they currently use, which is not good for the earth. The artificial retina, for those of you who have not seen the artificial retina and the video of a man who sees for the first time, having lost his sight 30 years before, it's a brilliant thing, a lot of big partnership on that one. And also the so-called brain gate, where electrodes are implanted in the human brain and thought is processed into action. So people who are paraplegic can suddenly move themselves by thought. It's been featured on 60 Minutes and other things. So these are some of the things that I think stimulate us to really just keep going as fast as we can. Now, our main business areas are national security, health and life sciences, and energy and environment, and they're always there. Through the history of humans, they've always been there. And you can write down what the compelling issues were today, multiple small wars, climate warming, and so on. I'm going to give you the example from the 17th century, just because I happen to like it. And it's from Britain. No connection, really. It just happens to be the way it is. So in the 17th century, the compelling national driver in Britain was the British Empire, expansion. They wanted to take over the world to get all those spices and other things and control trade routes. And they ran into a problem. As they reduced iron ore to make iron so they could make cannon, and as they cut down trees to make ships, they ran out of trees. Now, we talk about Brazil being deforested. In the 17th century, the United Kingdom was deforested, so much so that if you cut down a tree, you could be hanged by the neck until dead. That was the punishment for cutting a tree down.
Where would you be hung from?
One of the trees that had been made into a yard post. Another use of trees in that era. So, people knew there was coal. People knew there was coal. But when you go after coal, you dig a hole, and when you dig a hole, it fills with water. The compelling technology challenge of that era was how to pump water out of mines. So there'd been an energy driver for a national security imperative. And the need to pump water out of mines led to the invention of the steam engine. The steam engine was invented for that purpose, not for pulling carts around rails. It was invented to pull water out of mines so people could mine the coal, so they could reduce the iron ore, so they could make cannon, so they could expand this national security purpose. When people started going into mines, they developed black lung, and that created an imperative around medical research. So these three things interwove and continue to intertwine all the time. They're inextricably interwoven, as a matter of fact, and you can have fun thinking about what they were in World War I, World War II, the Cold War, and so on. So necessity is the mother of invention, and there will be winners. So we can moan all we want about R&D funding, but the human race is not going to stop inventing. Somebody's going to win the energy race. Somebody's going to win the environmental challenges. Somebody's going to win the next generation beyond the internet and everything else. There will be winners, and it's up to us to make sure we're in that group, not in the others. I think we've got to do two things that are very important. The first is invest in research and development, however we do it. And I've got just one point to make on R&D investment, and that is it takes no time at all to kill a group that's of researchers. You can kill a world-class group over a weekend. The interesting question is how long does it take to reconstitute such a group? I claim it's at least 5, maybe 10 years. The asymmetry is horrible. It's so easy to drive people away. It's very hard to bring them back in this creative mode. So that asymmetry worries me about the R&D cuts. The second thing we have to do is educate. We don't have the right education system to meet the future. I have 2 points of light, and I'm wrapping up. The first is, at Battelle, we invest in education. Part of our mission is the right thing to do. Gordon Battelle said, go and do it, and so on. 1 point of light is we built a series of schools in Columbus that are now spread across Ohio, and they're now in 10 states, and we're growing to 17 states, and we call it a metro school. In this case, it's a lottery school that pulls kids from wide ranges of socioeconomic backgrounds. That is, they're poor. I think that's what that means. And they have grades like D and C. But the way they're taught is quite different. They work in groups, they work in partnerships, they work with teachers who motivate, they're based on mastery of a subject, a lot of hands-on stuff. 96 kids joined the first year, 20 dropped out, 2/3 of which because their parents left the area, 6 kids dropped out because they didn't like it, 75 remained. Every one of them is going to college. every one of them. When they get a mastery in a subject at that high school, they then go and take classes at Ohio State. Some people are joining as juniors from a group of people who normally would have been considered not likely to succeed. It's a point of light about education and what can happen if you motivate kids and allow them the freedom to progress at the right speed and so on and so forth. The other end of the spectrum I visited today, which was the Thomas Jefferson High School right here. And boy, what a remarkable place that is. In this case, the smartest kids in the area fight to get in. So it's a different model. But boy, is that impressive. It looks and feels like college research. And these kids are doing advanced research projects. And they don't have any worry about the future. They're all expecting to succeed. And they're expecting to have a major positive impact. So I left highly stimulated and feeling better because I met a bunch of very, very talented young people. So there are different ways to approach it, but the imperative is we have to succeed. So my summary, we've got to keep investing in research and development. It's half the economic basis of this country. We've been the best ever at doing it in our history, and we need to maintain that. And we need to improve our education. It's not where it needs to be. We need to get more kids interested. And there are proven ways to do it in myriad ways, and we need to pick the best ones and figure that out. I've really enjoyed the fact we were able to sponsor this with the Institute, and again, I appreciate very much the Potomac Institute and the Smithsonian for bringing this session together. It was a terrific discussion on the panel, and thank you all very much.
Thank you all very much for coming. Please have a safe holiday season and an innovative new year.